Good afternoon, guys, and welcome back to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, for a bit of a different stream today because we usually line up build on Tuesday for the midweek. However, I don't actually have a team to line up build, or I don't have a team to enter. So it's the international break, and there's fewer international games that are happening, and the club games that are happening, I just don't have enough players to put out. So we won't really be doing lineup building for the midweek today. We can still do some lineup building for the weekend, though, a little bit later in just under 3 hours' time when the new game week on Sorare opens up. However, there's a couple of really cool things that we can do on the stream today, and one of them will be running through our brand new community team, which we started to rebuild yesterday, and I'm very happy to say that we've actually done it. So the rebuild is complete, guys, in time for the new game week to open, game week 461, as I say, in another couple of hours, and then we have a new community team that will be playing for hopefully much better rewards and will actually win much more regularly for you guys than our other community team that was just not really hitting the mark. So I'll be running through that shortly, and I'll be showing you guys who we've got in case you missed the stream from yesterday, and the types of players I brought in and why we brought them in, and what we're hoping to try and achieve in the new community team for over the next 3 game weeks, and then also just going forward for the rest of the year. However, I want to start the stream off a bit differently today because it's Tuesday, and that means on Pooky that we get our new energy, right? So that we can start to predict games for the new game week in Pooky. Now, one of the things that we trialed last week that was kind of fun to do, and I actually think we're going to have a load of fun continuing to do it, is where I get you guys to predict my Pooky predictions, and if you get them correct, I give you a limited card. And I've added in a new Free Tip Scout Fund coupon, which you guys will be able to find amongst the list of other benefits and rewards that we offer on the stream. We now have 10 in total available, and we've got a really good mix of rewards and benefits that you guys can claim, even if you are not a sub on the channel, okay? These benefits and rewards, everybody can claim. All you need to do is just be here on the live stream, and you are already earning coupons, which means that you can then claim these really cool rewards on the stream. And the new system that we're going to be doing from today is that when it's Tuesday every week, I will open up, and I will have already open, and I can actually see that Anathabam has already redeemed it, so he's got in there nice and quickly. I will have every Tuesday the Throw Your Hat in the Ring, which is the brand new Free Tip Scout Fund coupon. That will be available every time we go live on Tuesday, okay? And then what that will also mean is that this is going to be the only Free Tip Scout Fund coupon, which is going to always be open from Tuesday until we've used them all up, okay? All the other Free Tip Scout Fund coupons, we open up at different times, and we tend to open them up later in the second half of the streams. But the Throw Your Hat in the Ring is different, okay? The Throw Your Hat in the Ring needs to be available until it's basically used up, okay? Now, there's a total of 15 available each week, but it will vary depending on how many games per week we need to predict. So last week we needed to predict 14, which meant that 14 of you guys could actually claim it, or claim a spot on the list, right, to predict my predictions for me. This week it's actually going to be 13, because we're going to be predicting in the USA League, and I think there's only 13 games in the USA League this week. So what I'm saying here is that the Throw Your Hat in the Ring, which is a brand new Free Tip Scout Fund coupon, it costs 8,500 coupons, right? Everybody can redeem it, and it's a first come, first served on it, okay? Now, the first come, first served, is beneficial in two ways. So if you redeem the throw your hat in the ring first, then you get first choice of what game you want to predict for me in the game week, okay? If you redeem it second, you get the second choice, third choice, and so on until we've only got one more of these coupons available. And the last one that then, the last of you guys that then redeems it, you won't actually have a choice because the only choice will then be the last game to predict, okay? So it's first come, first served. Now, the other really cool thing is that not only is it first come, first served with the games that you can choose for me, so I'm going to tell you that every week it's pretty much going to be the USA League, but you get to choose what game you want to predict in that league, all right? If you have predicted first, you get to go first, etc., right? The cool thing with this is that whoever gets 100% correct score first also then gets first dibs on what limited card they want. Okay, so you get to choose from a massive list of limited cards that we have available to give away. If you are the first one in the game week that gets the 100% exact score, then you will be the first one that gets to choose what limited card you want from the pile of cards that we have to give away. You cannot redeem it multiple times. No, you could. Technically, you could. But if you redeem it multiple times, every time you redeem it, we go and we add the names onto a spreadsheet, okay? And so let's say, for example, that Anathabam he's just redeemed it, right? He's just redeemed the throw your hat in the ring. That means that we're going to do a prediction with him in a minute. And then we're going to add his prediction and his name into the spreadsheet. Now, what it means is that if we go live again tomorrow, the throw your hat in the ring will be available for him again tomorrow. But if he redeems it, then he won't get an additional entry on the list, okay? We'll check the list and we'll see that Anathabam's on there. And we'll say, Anathabam, you're already on. So I'm going to just refund the coupons back to you because it needs to be 13, 14, 15 different people, right? You can't have multiple entries on it. But as I say, I think this is going to be really cool. So without explaining it anymore, because I think it'd just be easier to show you, let's go and do it now. So we've had 2 redemptions on this already, Anathabam and Audris Vinagris, okay? Now, let me just quickly bring up the spreadsheet, okay? It's a very no-frills kind of spreadsheet. It doesn't need to be too sophisticated at all. We've got a little tab down here called Pooky, okay? And this is basically how we keep track of what game we are asking you guys to predict, what prediction you guys have given us, and who was the viewer here on the channel that predicted that score for what game, okay? Now, the red kind of tabs here, or the red highlights here, indicate if anyone's won or not. So if it's red, it means that nobody's won a limited card. If it's going to be green, then it means that somebody has successfully, correctly guessed 100% that the score was as they predicted, and they then get a limited card. So this was last week's, right, when we trolled it. And as you can see, we had some good efforts here from everyone, but we weren't able to give a limited card away because it needs to be 100% correct. So thank you to everyone that predicted last week. Unlucky, because I really wanted to give a limited card away, but hopefully this week we can do it. Now, there's something to keep in mind, is that whoever's, if you predicted the week before, it means that you can predict this week, okay? So it doesn't mean that, oh, I predicted last week, so I'm not allowed to predict this week. You can, right? Every week it's reset. As long as you've got enough coupons, then you can participate in this competition and this challenge every week, as long as you only have one entry, right? So we're going to clear the board. We're going to clear this here, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to dive over to Pooky. All right, here's Pooky. If you are new to the channel and you don't know what Pooky is, then do get involved, because it's a free-to-play fantasy sports prediction game where you're trying to predict what you think the scores are going to be and you can choose different games, you can choose different leagues, and if you get enough points based on how accurate you are with your predictions to finish in the top 50% of a leaderboard, you then win crypto, which is cash, okay? You can cash the crypto out and you can send it to your bank. So it's really, really cool. It's really fun. I'm going to give you the link. There's a link in the chat. So if you do want to give this a go, use that link because you'll be able to get a discount on your first purchase in the game. You'll be able to get a ton of in-game currency, which you're really going to need to help you progress in the game. And you also will get a free rookie Pokeball to add to the one you already get in the game. You also get something else as well. What else do you get? I kind of feel like I've forgotten it. Yeah, discount the free rookie ball and then the in-game currency. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. So anyways, what we're going to do now is because we have our energy refilled, we have 242. This week's game week is game week 70. And there are only three leagues or match days, as they're called, that we can predict in this week, which is great because it means that there is a huge potential here to win a lot of money because the actual prize pool is split over fewer amounts of competitions, okay? Here, it's the same prize pool. So this is for next week's game week 71, the 7,900, but it has to be split between 8, right? It has to be split across 8. So each individual league will get a smaller proportion of the total prize pool, a smaller share. When there is a quiet game week where there are very few match days, it means that gets split over less. And so, of course, they get a much bigger prize pool individually per league. So this is a really good game week, actually, for us to be doing this challenge here. And the league that you guys are going to be predicting for me this week is the USA League. I think it will pretty much be the USA League every week because this will have the most amount of games along with the Argentinian League. And we want to try and predict or run this series, this kind of competition. We want to try and do it in a league that tends to offer 14 or 15 kind of matches because then it means that more of you guys can get involved. So let's do it. So Anathabam was the first viewer on the channel that redeemed the throw your hat in the ring. So Anathabam, you get first dibs here. You get first choice as to what game you want to predict in the USA League for me. And you don't need to do any research at all. You don't need to think too hard about it. Give me the score that you think for whatever game you choose. Give me the score that you think that game is going to be. And then if it actually turns out to be that score that you have predicted, you are going to win a limited card. So, where's Anathabam? Pre-tip scowl, in my name, the H is silent. Okay, so it's Anathabam, is it? Semantics. Right, so Anathabam gets the first dibs here, or Anathabam, should I say, because the H is silent. Anathabam has chosen Charlotte versus Columbus crew. Okay, that's this one here. So he's chosen Charlotte versus Columbus crew. And that's going to be 1-3. Now, remember, guys, this is really important, okay? Remember, you get to choose what game you want to predict. But also, keep in mind that whoever gets the first exact score also then gets first choice on the prizes that they can win, okay? So we have this big list of cards. We have this big pile of cards that we can give away. Let's say that Anathabam, who has just chosen Charlotte versus Columbus, right? Let's say that he gets an exact score, right? So he's going to win a limited card. But there are 3 games before that match. So if there are any exact scores, any 100% correct scores before Charlotte Columbus, then it means that another viewer here on the channel will get preference, or they'll be able to choose first before Anathabam, even though Anathabam has had first choice on the matches. So there's a little bit of strategy. There's a little bit to consider when you are thinking about doing a prediction here. You want to try and choose a game that you think you can get it 100% correct. You probably don't if you're going first or if you're going early on. You probably don't want to choose towards the end of the game week because if you chose the last one, if you're going first, then it means that, sure, you're going to win a limited card still, but then the card that you actually might want to pick might have already been picked by others who have gone before you. So keep that in mind. But now we're going to do Charlotte versus Columbus there. I did mention it earlier, actually, Anathabam. I did mention it. I don't think you heard it, though. I just wanted to remind everyone. So here we go. We're going to do Charlotte, Columbus, and we're going to do... we tend to do this ball here. This is not an MLS ball, but we tend to use it as an MLS ball. If we'd done this here, we would get 590.7 because it has a big boost on over 2.5 and a pretty good boost on exact score. So I think we will do it. This is a ball that is very close to being maxed out as well. Look, it's at 90%, so we've nearly got it at level 60. Let's use it. There we go. All right, so what we're going to do, that was a Nathabam who's put 1-3 in for Columbus, okay? What we're going to do, we're going to dive back into the tracker here, and the game that we're going to do here is Charlotte versus, oh, hello, Charlotte like that versus Columbus. Then we're going to do 1-3, oh, hello, 1-3, and then it was a Nathabam. All right. There we go. 86, actually. Let's just throw that in, okay? Let's get rid of this as well. Let's unfill this here. Because we are resetting. Automatic. Oh, hello. Here we go. What is going on here? Okay. Weird. That's the font color. Silly me. All right, there we go. Would help if I chose the right column. All right, so let's send that back to automatic. Here we go. Good. Okay. So Anathabam, you're in. 1-3. If it ends up being 1-3, you are going to win a limited card. So good luck to you, man. Thank you for the prediction. Next up, we have... Let's have a little look here. Next up, we've got Audris Vinagris. So Audris, if you want to choose a game for me, and we'll then do your prediction as well. So Audris is going for New England versus Chicago. He's going for 2-1. Okay, cool. So New England versus Chicago is the second game, and he wants to go for 2-1, which I think is actually a pretty good prediction, to be fair. Chicago have been conceding a lot of goals, but... I don't think New England have really been like firing loads of goals recently, at least at the start of the season. So I think that's actually pretty good. We're going to do 2-1, enter it in. Okay, and then we're going to add that in as well for Audris Vinagris, okay? So New England versus Chicago. All right, and then we're going to do 2-1, and then we're going to put Audris in here as well. Audris Vinagris. All right, cool. So, 2 down. We have another 11 predictions to go. Let's dive it back here. The next viewer here live on the channel is Estonian Weirdo. So Estonian Weirdo was the third guy here who has redeemed the throw your hat in the ring. And then after that, it's Mikey8989. So Estonian Weirdo, you're up, my man. Let me know what game you would like us to do. You can take any one, right? So remember, it doesn't have to be the first one. It doesn't have to be this one. It can be any one, right? But just keep in mind that you will get, again, you will get less, or your order of preference to pick the cards you want to win or want to get that you've won will be less if you have predicted further down. Pick a random team and I'll give my prediction, or should I go use random number generator for the game pick? I don't care how you do it. Just give us a game, man. Give us a game to pick, and then we'll put a prediction in. So however you want to do it, do it. But you pick for me. So you tell me. I'm not going to pick. You're going to tell me which one. I don't mind at all. I have no preference which one you pick. I'm very interested to see what you guys pick, but you pick it. And then you tell me a score. Portland versus Philly. Okay. So Portland versus Philadelphia. Okay. The random number was 11. Nice. Okay, cool. So Portland versus Philadelphia. He's going to go for 1-0 to Portland, which is an interesting score. We might not use this pooky ball, actually. We might use a different one because this one's very suited to over 2.5. I think we could actually use this one here. Would probably be quite good because it's, but well, actually it wouldn't because it's only got, yeah, that one would not be good. Do we not have one which is boosted for home and under 2.5? I don't think we do we? No, I don't think we do. That's actually something for me to consider. That I need a ball that's boosted for home and then under 2.5. We have one that's boosted for under 2.5. I think we'll use this. Well, do we use this one? Yeah, I think we use this one here. Yeah. So we're going to use this ball because we get 267.4 points for a 1-0. That is coming largely from the under 2.5, a little bit on the home, and then we have a little bit of a boost on the exact score. But yeah, we definitely need, when I ascend my balls, I'm going to need to try and ascend one and build one up to be a home and under 2.5, I think. So yeah, we're going to put 1-0 in. Thank you for the prediction, Estonian Weirdo. Let's set that in place there. Okay. We're going to add that in as well. All right, so Portland versus Philadelphia. And then we're going to do 1-0. Okay, and that's Estonian. Weirdo, what a name. All right, cool. So 3 down. We've got another one here from Mikey. So Mikey, if you want to let us know what game you want us to predict for you and what your score is going to be, we'll throw that in and then you're going to be on the list there. So Mikey's going for LA versus Nashville, which is actually the last game here. So kind of cool, kind of interesting, because if Mikey gets this exactly correct, but then there are others that get them exactly correct, then he'll still win a card, but he will just be further down the almost the pecking order to choose what card he can get from the prize pool. But that's okay. That's totally cool because he's picked a game which I think he feels confident in, or most confident in, that he can get the exact score. So LA versus Nashville, 3-1. And we're going to put that ball on here as well, for 416. So thank you, Mikey, for the prediction. I hope it comes off. I really do. Be lovely if we can get some exact scores because, of course, then it makes my game week really good on Pooky. And it also then means that you guys get to win a card too, a Sorare card. So 3-1. Here we go. And then we're going to dive back into the list here. And we're going to update this as well so that we have LAFC versus Nashville. And then we have 3-1 on there. Okay. And then we're going to put Mikey with 2 Ys and then 8-9, 8-9. Okay. So guys, so far, hopefully you get the gist of it. There we have 4 predictions, and that's the kind of system that we're doing. It means that we have another 9 predictions that are open to you guys to do. There's another 9 slots on the list here. So I'm going to leave the, what's it called? The throw your hat in the ring. I'm going to leave that open, right? So it's going to be open all stream. So if you find that you don't have enough coupons right now, but maybe later on in the stream, you then collect enough, you can still redeem it. It's open for the entirety of the stream. And whenever it is redeemed, we'll just jump back onto Pooky. We'll choose a game, or you guys will tell me what game you want to predict. You do the prediction, give me the score, then we throw you into the list there. And of course, when all of the games have been predicted, then that's it. We'll then wait to see how it plays out this weekend. And hopefully we get some exact scores, so we can then give away some more limited cards. And then next week it goes again, where if you missed out this week, you'll have a chance to do it next week. So that's how we're going to do it. We have a bunch of cards that I'm giving away. So just to show you the cards at the moment, we have 37 cards in our giveaway section here that you guys will be able to choose from. I might as well this weekend, I might throw in a few more too. So at the moment there's 37. I might throw in an extra 3 to round it up to 40. There's a mix of different players in here. I'm going to be constantly adding to it as we do this competition each week. So it will be different each week. And as I say, it's open to everyone. Do you think this is going to be a cool thing? You guys going to be taking part in this at all? I mean, I hope you can, because it's just another way for you to follow the games that we're doing, follow the matches that you might not ordinarily follow too, and it gives you another chance to win limited cards as well on the channel. What we'll do shortly as well is we need to do predictions for the Euro League. But before we do that, I actually just want to show everyone that we have rebuilt our community team. It's finally done. And I want to say a big thank you again to the guys that really helped us to sell our old cards by buying them, by taking them off our hands. So the likes of Sopsy, also Senub68, also Moldy. Thank you so much to you guys for helping us to free up the funds so that we could do this rebuild of our community team really, really quickly. I'm going to show you the players that I've bought. I also haven't updated the spreadsheet because I just haven't had time, but I need to do that as well, because then I can tell you guys exactly how much the rebuild has cost. But we decided, well, I decided for the community that we were going to rebuild our under-23 community team because it was just not working. We spent £100 basically to do the under-23 team about 9 months ago, and all that we won from it were 2 cards with a combined total value of £1. Spent £100 to win £1 worth of rewards. It's absolutely terrible. And I don't think at all that we done anything wrong, really. I think we picked really good players. As I mentioned yesterday, I think we just got a little bit screwed with the way that Sorare was evolving, with the market crashing constantly, and also just with the competitions, the format of the competitions not quite being as optimized as what they're going to be in the new format. So I decided that it was a really good opportunity with the MLS Special Weekly starting this weekend, and also with the new format that will be in place in Sorare during the transition at the end of this month. It was a good opportunity for us to cut our losses on the under-23 community team and to rebuild with a team then that we have more utility with for the rest of the year, because our under-23 team was also very European, so their season was coming to an end anyway. But also we've got a team that we can then now play in the new format. We've got a team that we could either choose to play in classic competitions to just win more new season cards, or most likely what we're going to do is we're going to be playing our new rebuilt team in the in-season competitions so that we can try and win some cash, because the cash is often going to be worth more than the reward of a card. And then we can use that cash then to either buy more cards that we want, that you guys actually want, so we can take control of the cards that we give out, rather than just winning cards that we really don't want to give out and that these are players that we really don't want. And it just means then that we've got a team that the whole community can get behind for the new format. So we sold our old community team yesterday, and we sold everybody for, let me just dive into the spreadsheet here. We sold everybody for a combined total of £38.76. In Ether terms, we sold them for 0.0139. Now, I'm actually pretty happy with that, because when we rebuilt the under-23 team a few months back, the total cost of the players was about £45, and we've just sold them for let's say £39, right? So we make a loss on the players, right? Which I think we was all expecting to do, but we don't make a huge loss on the players. I actually thought that we might make a bigger loss than that. But if we bought them for 45 and we effectively then sold them for 39, we've made like a £6 loss, which in the grand scheme of things in Sorare is really not that bad. At the moment, with I'd say the 6 key players that we bought, and let me show you the 6 key players that we bought, right? Okay, so the strategy was to buy 4 new season cards, even though you only need 3 in-season cards for the MLS Special Weekly. But the reason we were buying 4, a minimum of 4, was because we obviously need the team to play in in-season competitions after the MLS Special Weekly, and the MLS Special Weekly only runs for 3 game weeks, right? So the players that we bought were Tim Melia as a classic card, Alan Pulido as a classic card, because these 2 players actually don't have in-season cards, like new 24 season cards at the moment. So we had to buy them as classic cards. And then we also bought the new season card of Eric Tommy, new season card of Daniel Shaloi, and then we also bought Andrew Fontas, okay? So these kind of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 5 are probably going to be the main players that we play in the lineup, right? Each game week. However, we also bought Tim Leibold because he was mentioned that he's doing good. We could get him on the cheap as well, or cheaper than Fontas. And you can see that we actually got Leibold for about half of what we bought Fontas for. And so we've also got the new season card for Leibold, which means that if we don't want to, for example, run with 2 forwards up front, like maybe we don't want to do Shaloi and Pulido, maybe we only want to do Shaloi up front, we could then do 2 defenders of Leibold and Fontas, okay? And by doing that, we'd actually be able to play the in-season, because of course this is a new season card, this is a new season card, and then these 2 are new season cards, and then our goalkeeper would be a classic card, right? So it gives us that flexibility where we can play in the in-season competitions. What we've also done, and I wasn't really planning on doing this, right? But I just figured that given that I've already spent extra of my own personal money to make this rebuild possible, I just figured that we might as well commit to giving us the best possible chance in the MLS Special Weekly. So what I decided to do was to pick up a couple of low-cost reserve players for Sporting KZ that have really no chance of playing, but they're also really cheap as well. So I bought Kiri Shelton, I also bought Felipe Hernandez. I bought Bazong. I bought Agada. And I also bought Ozzy Cisneros. I've also got a couple of other bids out for other players, but those players that we might win aren't going to make a huge difference to us, because getting these players here was enough to get us to a 3% collection bonus. So let me show you it now. And that's really what we wanted to try and do. We wanted to get the collection bonus here. And that was the whole point of stacking with one team. I know yesterday when we talked about rebuilding, there were a lot of suggestions in the chat that we should buy players from different teams, or maybe we should, say, have a defensive stack from one team and then an attacking stack from another team. And that's fine to do, but I don't think it's the best way to maximize your chances in the MLS Special Weekly, and also in the in-season format as well, because I think that you are probably going to need to have more stacks personally, and you're going to need that collection bonus to kick in more. It might not seem like a lot, 3%, but it's 3% per card, and that actually all adds up to give you the edge in these types of competitions. And it can be the difference sometimes between winning the whole thing, or just missing out on a podium entirely. So, yeah, we've now got a collection bonus of 3%, because I bought lots of these fodder cards just to kind of boost the collection score. I don't think, to be honest with you, that we're going to go and buy any more. We would need another 150 points of our collection score. No, sorry, that's wrong. We'd need another 250 to get to 500. That's quite a big step to take to get to the 4%. So it's an extra 1%, but it's a lot more money, and it's a lot more cards that I don't think we need for the community team. So getting to the 3% was the aim. And then what I also decided to do as well was, given that we had 2 cards of the same season for the classic cards of Melia and Pulido, I also decided that why don't we try and get these cards up to a very basic collection score of 1%, which then meant that I went out and I bought also, excuse me, Gary Gindar, who's not covered, but it doesn't matter. We're buying him for the collection score. And then Illy Sanchez, who is covered and gives us another option for the MLS Special Weekly, but also in the in-season, because Illy Sanchez does not play for Sporting KZ anymore. He actually plays for LAFC. And I really was attracted to building an LAFC stack because of someone like Illy Sanchez. So we've got a really good flexibility to this team. And you can see now that we have this 1%. So if I show you, because I've already added the team into the MLS Special Weekly, okay, what you will see, so for this weekend, which is Game Week 461, we've got this team here, provisionally. Don't worry, we can change players in here, left and right, because you guys are going to pick who we actually do put in the lineup and who we captain as well. But this is an example of the team that we would probably run, or we could run. Okay, and you can see we've got our 3 in-season cards, and we've got our 2 classic cards. One as a goalkeeper, one as a forward. If we go into it now, you'll also see that these in-season cards are now up to 8%. Okay, so that's quite useful. That's really good. We get that additional 3% already for the start of the MLS Special Weekly, because we're getting that collection bonus of 3%. And since we've also then boosted our old collection or our classic cards up to 1%, Tim Melia is now going to give us an additional 6.5% to whatever score he delivers in these game weeks. And Pulido is going to give us an extra 6% as well. So I think we've done a really good job. The other thing to keep in mind is that this team has a really low overall average cap. So we are 29 points under the cap of 280, which means that we will have no problem playing Sporting KZ over the next 3 game weeks, or over the next 3 game weeks that the MLS Special Weekly runs. And then, of course, when that ends, we will then won't really have to worry about the cap, because then we'll be able to just play this in an in-season challenger competition. Because remember, the MLS falls under the challenger tier, and there won't be any caps in that at all. Hey, FTS, how's it going? What's the total cost of this team? We're going to tot it up right now, because I haven't actually been able to tot up everyone. I was still buying players like really late last night at like 3 in the morning to get the whole thing done. And then by the time I got up and I had to do things this morning, I've not had a chance to update the spreadsheet. So let me do it now, and then I can give everybody the total cost of the whole team, of the rebuild. Okay, so let's go back in here. You can also see that I squeezed in a purchase of Hashioka. I bought him for 82p, get in the team, adds to my Luton Town collection. But, so Tommy Shaloi, Fontas Pulido, and Melia, all of those, oh, hold on. Leibold's not been updated. Leibold I bought for £9.62. Okay, let me update that. And then once I've updated this spreadsheet, I'll show you the total cost, right? The total breakdown. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, so he was 0.0036, 9.62. Okay, good. Let's do that. Okay, right. And then if we include the backups, not really the backups though, is it? It's more like just including the fodders to boost our collection score, which I think we are going to include in the cost here, of course. We're going to throw in Kiri Shelton. Kiri Shelton, who I bought for £1.10. And that was 0.0004. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 4. Okay. Then we include. Okay, Fontas was £17.98. I think the fiat's actually changing, to be fair. It does change. So, yeah, I think at the moment it says £17.98, but yeah, I think at the time when we bought it, it was actually £17.88. We're going to also include Felipe Hernandez as well. Felipe Hernandez there. Okay, and then Zoran Bassong. Willie Agadar. Tim Leibold's been updated, and then Ozzy Cisneros. Okay, and then the last two would be Gadi Ginda. I don't think, if you were going to do this yourself, you wouldn't need necessarily to go and just get these other players to boost your collection score. But I do think that it is, if you can do it, you probably should try and do it. Because it will make a difference for you in where you finish and whether you can even get into the reward positions or not. All right. So Illy Sanchez was £1.01, right? And then 0.004. Okay. Gadi Ginda was 50p. Absolute bargain. And then 0.002. That's incredibly cheap, actually. One of the reasons why I got him, because he's also got like a really high, you can see here, look, he's got 12% are boosted, which is really good because he has a high level. Aussie, we bought for 26p. Look at that. Oh my God, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? 26p. And that was 0.001. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to show you the spreadsheet in a minute. And then Willie Agadar was 0.0003. Okay, and he was in fiat 82p. Okay. And then Bassong was also 82p, so that's a copy and paste job. Okay. And then Felipe Hernandez was 55p and 0.02. Okay. And then 0.002. Okay. And then let's just 1 second. Yeah, those guys are our main guys there. And then these are kind of like the collection score. Just throw that in there. Guys we bought for the collection score. Let's just bring that down. Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me tot it all up. Okay, cool. Okay, that's good. And then I also want to tot up the cost again. 1 second. Yeah, and then carry that over as well. Cool, okay. And then 1 second, we're going to give this a little bit of a... Cool, all right. We're watching spreadsheet, by the way, so can't see percentages, etc. that you keep talking about. What do you mean, Scuds? Free Tip Scout, you can't play this combo in in-season challenger as it has 2 classic cards. Only 1 classic card is allowed. I know, man. That's what I just said. I'm not planning on doing that, FBL. That's why we went out and we bought Tim Leibold and Andrew Fontas, so that we've then got the likes of Shaloy, Tommy, Tim Leibold, and Fontas, and then we can pair those guys up with Melia. Yeah, so don't worry, man. I know. I did explain it as well. I mentioned it. That's why the whole rebuild was about getting 4 new season cards, because we don't need 4 new season cards for the MLS Special Weekly, but we need 4 new season cards so that when the Special Weekly ends, we can then still play Challenger in season. So let's dive into... Oh, you are on the subs list here. Okay, perfect. You're on the tracker. Okay. Right. So can you guys can see it, right? Yeah, you can see it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought we were on the Sorare screen, but we were on the spreadsheet, weren't we? Yeah, cool. So yeah, you guys can see the total value then. So we sold our old players for £38.76, which in Ether was 0.0139. And then the total cost of the rebuild was £71.79. In Ether, it was 0.0261. You can see here that the kind of cost of getting the collection score was £5.6, right? So if we just basically ignored that, then the actual cost of getting the players that we really needed was £66.73. And in Ether terms, that was 0.0242. So I actually think, like getting the extra players for the collection score wasn't too much of a hit, really. But it's then, for the sake of £5, it's then allowed us to get an additional 3% scoring per player, which I think is going to be really useful in this special weekly. So what do you guys reckon? Do you think we've done a good job there? I think it's roughly what I was expecting to pay. If we hadn't have done it with the collection score, then I probably would have expected it to be about 60. And of course, it was about £66. So it was roughly what I expected. I've got to say, we ended up paying quite a lot for Fontas. I was hoping that we could get Fontas for a lot cheaper than that, but I kind of got there was a guy that was also bidding on the card that was just pushing the price up, and I really wanted us to get the rebuild done for today. So I think that we ended up paying a little bit more than what I really wanted to for Fontas. I think Shaloi was roughly what he's kind of going for. So Shaloi, £15.68, roughly around 15-16. Polido, £6.94. We probably could have got him for cheaper. But I also think we got a good like XP card as well that will really help us, because the XP on the card was 5.5%. And with the extra 1% we get from the collection score, that then gives us an extra 6.5% now. And then the Tim Melia, I think, was very good value at £9.17. We picked up an old school classic Melia card with 5% natural XP on it. So very, very good. I also think Leibold, getting Leibold for under a tenner was pretty reasonable too. Tommy at 7.34, I think, is quite reasonable. I think it's actually really good. He's actually the cheapest purchase from the new season card there. So I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Free tip scout, but then you can't play two strikers. FBL, you're killing me right now. You're killing me. You're right. We can't play two strikers. Let's explain this again so that everyone's clear on what we're doing with the team here, okay? Because I think it's probably clear that it's not clear to a couple, right? So this is what we're going to do, okay? Let's bring it up, okay? Let's bring it up. In the MLS Special Weekly, right, we can play two forwards because you can play two classic cards in the MLS Special Weekly, right? Great. We don't have to play two forwards. If we didn't want to play Polido, then we can take him out and we can play 4 in-season cards if we wanted to, right, in the Special Weekly, okay? So keep with me. I'm going to explain what we're going to do in the Challenger as well. But we've got the flexibility with the cards that we've bought where we don't have to run two forwards, right? We could run 2 defenders, and then we've got 4 in-season cards and then 1 classic card, right? So keep this in mind, is that we could do this right now in the Special Weekly, right? When the Special Weekly ends, we can run this team in the Challenger, and you're right, it means that we can't do 2 forwards, right? But we couldn't do 2 forwards anyway, because if we want to do a Sporting KZ stack with 2 forwards, we can't do it at the moment, because basically we could do it because we have Johnny Russell, right? We don't have Johnny Russell, but we'd need to get Johnny Russell. The problem is that Johnny Russell doesn't have his new season cards minted yet. And so if we bought a Johnny Russell as an old classic card, then what Sorare's going to do anyway is they're going to mint the new season card for him. So we might as well wait until Johnny Russell's then minted and then hopefully try and then buy him. But it really doesn't matter if we can't do 2 forwards. Having 1 forward is more than enough because we've got Daniel Shaloi, who is a forward with a really good AA, and these 2 defenders are good enough anyway. What I'm also hoping is that we'll be able to either win another new season card, or with the cash that we win from playing this type of team in the in-season, we can then use it to go and buy a new in-season Johnny Russell. Because we must have Johnny Russell, right? Like, we've done this whole rebuild and we haven't got Johnny Russell because he came off injured in the last game. We figured, okay, let's not prioritize him at the moment. Let's focus on the guys that aren't injured. And let's try and just put those in the team, right? But eventually we're going to bring Johnny Russell in. It's just, it doesn't make sense for us to buy a Johnny Russell old classic card when we don't need to. We can just wait for the new season card to be released, okay? Yeah, I think you probably, yeah, I agree. I understand. You probably just jumped in after I explained it, but that's the explanation for it, right? Is that we've got flexibility here, so we can run this team in the in-season Challenger, and at the moment we can run with something like that. We could even put, if we fancied it, Elise Sanchez in, right? Because he's also a classic card that we can run in the MLS Special Weekly. I don't think we really want to do that unless we absolutely need to, because I think that was the whole point of stacking and building with a stack, is that we can play all players from the same team, right? And then get the bonus of the collection score. But if needs be, if somebody was injured and we just didn't have, or injured or suspended, and we just didn't have another option, then we could look at then playing Illy Sanchez in there as well, or we could even look at some of our other new season Sporting KZ players, although we probably wouldn't, because they are very much sub players, right? So, yeah, this is the team. I mean, I guess I could ask you guys as well right now what type of team, as in what lineup you want us to play for the first game week in the MLS Special Weekly. They're at home against LA Galaxy. So we could either, as I just showed you, we could either do 2 forwards, where Pulido is then one of the classic cards, or we could then play we could play another defender, like Leibold. What does everybody think we should do? Not having all new season cards is frustrating. I got a collection from Turkey and still waiting for the main forward and starting goalkeeper, both been there all season. Yeah, I do. It's frustrating. I was talking to some guys on Twitter earlier that had also built a Sporting KZ team, and they were saying how it's really cool, how they've kind of got, you know, like Melia and Pulido or whoever, like they've got some old classic cards, and I was saying that it wouldn't surprise me at all if Sorare this week, as in from today, started to now mint the new season cards of the likes of Pulido, Melia, Johnny Russell. I think actually Pulido's already got. Doesn't Pulido already have new season cards, right? I think he might already have. But we just decided that we weren't going to go and buy his new season card. Could be wrong. Does he not have? He doesn't have. No, he doesn't. No. But it wouldn't surprise me if Sorare started to do that this week, which I think would be a real dick move, personally. It's another reason why we bought an old school Pulido card with a high amount of XP on it. You almost don't want to be buying these cards, really, like last season's cards, because, yeah, they might still have the in-season bonus, but as soon as Sorare mint the new in-season cards, they're going to be, like, that one there is going to be then 0.5. Because basically, look, it's level 1, so 5% of that is just the season bonus at the moment. And that would be kind of a bit of a shit thing to do, to just drop those cards just before the special weekly. It might actually undo a lot of people's planning. But yeah, I think we've protected ourselves as much as we can from that. You guys reckon 2 forwards, 2 forwards, 2 forwards, and 2 forwards. Good. Okay, that's what I think too. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that, because I really do want us to play 2 forwards most of the time, because it's the MLS, of course, and Sporting KZ have a lot of goals in them. They're often involved in a lot of goals as well, and LA Galaxy, I think, could concede a couple here. Daniel Shaloy, actually, funny enough, hasn't really got involved in any attacking returns so far this season. He's had quite a slow start to the MLS this year. But I think, generally speaking, guys, we probably do want to be looking at him as the captain, because his upside is massive compared to the other players that we've got here, because his AA is so good that when he does get a decisive, he is going to be one of the few people that we've got here that can hit 80, 90, 100. So, yeah, I'll leave you guys to choose the captaincy. We'll ask that, I think, closer towards the game week starting. I think it's something to keep in mind, because Shaloy will most of the time be a good captaincy candidate. It doesn't fill me with hope for August when Europe season starts. I think lots of players will be missing. Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest with you, like, we're only just getting players for the collection for for the likes of Luton. I don't think I've not enjoyed that at all. That has been something that's put me off collections. The fact that you don't get a collection or you don't get the players for a full season of utility. So Ross Barkley's only just been released, right? Which means that if I then wanted to collect Ross Barkley and then use him to get the benefit of the collection bonus, I'm only getting now about 3 months worth of in-season plus collection bonus utility. And just for me personally, I think that if they're going to run collections, Sorare, they need to make sure that the full collection is available at the start of the season, right? So that then you can then collect all of them at the start of the season and then get your full money's worth of collection bonus and in-season utility from them. And I agree with you, Sopsy. It doesn't... Hopefully they can get it sorted. I felt that even before they announced new format, I thought this was not good. This is not cool. Because I think that they should be released all together as a collection at the start. And then it's just up to you whether you collect them all at the start or not. But I think releasing a collection, but then it's not a full collection, and then releasing the remaining ones so close towards the end of the season in a game where the season bonus matters and the collection bonus matters as well. I just think it's just not been that great. So I hope for next season that they release like full collections to start with. Will you still buy them? What, will I still buy collections? I won't buy collections if Sorare are going to manage it like this, no. Like, this has put me off buying a collection. The fact that we had to wait nearly until the end of the season to get some of the players that I wanted. And like now for me, it's not even worth, in my opinion, it's not even worth me buying a Ross Barkley at this stage of the season, because I'll buy him now for whatever he is, that 12.45, and then he'll just be decreasing in so much value. I'll just wait now until the end of the season before I buy a Ross Barkley and all these other guys here. But it's kind of frustrating because now I've made that decision that I'm going to wait. I'm not going to get any of the in-season utility out of them, right? I mean, to be fair, I'm looking at buying Townsend because he's really cheap. But yeah, I might as well just wait now to the end of the season. But if they'd have released them all at the start of the season, then I would have collected them all at the start of the season. I would have made that investment and I would have ended up paying a lot more, right, at the start of the season. But I'm not going to participate in this here. It's good that they've now finally released them, but it just took too long. And I think if you're a collector, it's a frustrating experience because you're like, well, I'm not getting the full value of my collection when you don't release the players early enough, you know, as Sopsy said. Uh, 2 months, season ends, still missing a starting goalkeeper was really poor. The missing main MLS players as season starts. Yeah, I agree. We kind of talked yesterday that this MLS Special Weekly, let's bring it back up. This MLS Special Weekly is great, but either what Sorare I think should have done is they should have pushed it back so that it then gave managers more time to collect the in-season cards, right? It also gave Sorare more time to mint cards of the in-season players for clubs that at the moment are missing. Or what they should have done is they should have just been able to mint these cards like earlier, basically. They started to mint the in-season cards and then they announced this MLS Special Weekly. And then I think it was like 2 weeks or something, wasn't it, after they announced it? Yeah, he did. Yeah, I saw he did. Yeah. So guys, yeah, in summary, let's bring it up. This is now, hold on. this is now your new community team. It's not under 23 anymore. We're not going to be wasting our time trying to win 60p cards anymore. That is a crock of shit that we're not going to do. We are going to try and win some big rewards in the MLS Special Weekly over the next 3 game weeks that it's running. And then we're then going to be using this team throughout the summer to win some cash in the in-season competitions. The other thing to keep in mind as to why this team is so good for you guys as a community is that we can use this team in the Leagues Cup. So the Leagues Cup that was a new format, a new competition structure that got covered in Sorare last year is back again this year, and we'll be able to use our in-season MLS cards in the Leagues Cup. So we get loads of good utility from it and loads of good chances to win lots of money from it as well. Why not add these penny cards to the community team fodder as well? Easier to notice if someone will become stars as well. I will do it. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to do it yet. That's why they're not in here. Yeah, I basically added in these main 6 at 3:30 in the morning. And then I had some bids still on some players until 6 in the morning. So yeah, I'll add them in. I won't do it now because it's a freaking pain to do, but I will do it later. Yeah. Which teams are in the Leagues Cup? MLS and Liga MX cards. Hello also to Robbie as well. How you doing? What's the pick score for the team on Sorare data? There is no pick score, Sopsy. Look. There's no pick score. There's no like game week score. Which is a bit I thought we would get one in here. But we don't. Yeah, but I did check it out. I think we've got, they've all pretty much, well, they don't have any pick scores at the moment. That's why. Yeah. Look, they don't have any pick scores. Yeah, that's why. So the score itself is calculated off the pick score, isn't it? At the moment, there's no pick scores available. When they're added, we'll then be able to see. And it will happen when the new game week starts, won't it? So when the new game week starts, it will then generate a pick score, and then we'll then be able to see how strong or how weak this team is viewed for the next game week. Yeah, agreed. Something that we also need to keep in mind, guys, and I'm not kidding about this here, is that Tim Melia is a goalkeeper that has suffered with a lot of injuries over the last 2 years, right? So it could very well be that Tim Melia ends up getting injured again this season. Now, what I was thinking is that we could get the backup goalkeeper for Tim Melia, which is not John Polskamp. It's William Yarborough, actually. No, is it? No, it's Polskamp. Sorry. Scratch that. It's John Polskamp. And Polskamp, we could buy him later on. We can't buy him now because we don't have any more money. But the thing is that I actually don't think we need to buy him, right? You guys can see that I've already got Brad Stuver, and I got Brad Stuver as a classic card. Now, I bought Brad Stuver as a classic card so that we could compete in the MLS Specialist for the remaining game weeks that it's live. But then when the MLS Specialist is removed, we're going to have a Brad Stuver that will then probably need to play in the new format. But Brad Stuver could also then act as a backup for Tim Melia if Melia ever got injured. It would break up the stack, but it saves us having to go and buy a backup where we've already got a really good goalkeeper who's the number 1. Pre-tip Scout, a general question. How do you feel buying limited cards for £10 when you know what happens to limited card values? Yeah, hate it. Hate it. I absolutely hated it that we had to spend nearly £20 on Fontas. Fontas is going to crash hard. He's not a player that's worth £20, so I absolutely hate it because I don't want to be spending that on limited cards. But if we can win enough back in cash, right, from the MLS Special Weekly and also from the in-season, then I think it won't bother me as much. But that's what bothered me about the current format, is that you would go and say spend 20 or 30 pounds on a limited card, but then the rewards that you would be winning would be worth like 60p, £2. And you're like, and in that time that you're using those cards that you spent a lot of money on to win those rewards, right? Your card is decreasing in value and the rewards that you're winning are decreasing in value. So that's why I much prefer the new format where, okay, we spend £20 on a Fontas, which in my opinion, I wouldn't ordinarily do on a limited card. But then if we, let's say, for example, if we finish top 100, right? In one game week, we get $20 back. And then in, say, the next game week on the Special Weekly, we go one better. We finish in 63rd position and we win $30. And we've won 50 there already. And then that's already starting to pay off the high cost of buying that in-season card, right? But in the new format, in the existing format, if you were asking me if I would spend £20 on a limited card, I think you know the answer. Definitely not. FPL Thinker says, I have money, but not spending on MLS. Got hurt in Premier League in season where the values crashed. Did you win your money back, though, from the Premier League in season? Because I was lucky enough to, with my, you guys remember it, I think. I was lucky enough with my Luton Town collection. So I'm not even talking about 5 players here. I won enough money from the Premier League in season competitions that it paid for the entire cost of my Luton Town collection. The entire cost. The entire cost was £75 and I won £75 from the Premier League in season. So if we can have, I don't think we can have the same level of success in the MLS Special Weekly because it only runs over 3 game weeks, right? But you never know. I think that's the great thing with this here. Let's go back to it. Is that we're kind of talking and we are focusing on the lower end, thinking, okay, if we only finish around here, we're still going to be getting a nice amount. Imagine if we actually win the whole bloody thing. Imagine if we win the thing and we win $1,000 and the team that we built only cost $75 to do. That's going to be pretty amazing, right? I mean, even if we didn't win the whole thing, even if we came top 10 and we won 150, we're winning double what the cost of the team cost us. Free Tip Scouts will now know, as now they have removed the cap, so City Liverpool stacks can be played. Yeah, so it was a more fairer chance. I agree. Yeah. I don't like it that they removed the cap in the Premier League in season, because I think it just opened the door, the floodgates for Wales to dominate in there a lot more now. At least with the cap, it allowed for there to not be those ridiculous Man City Liverpool stacks, right? So as you say, now the cap's been removed, you know, you're going up against Man City Liverpool and most of the time they're probably going to win it. Yeah, exactly, Sopsy. That's the great thing with the in-season competitions, right? Is that if you can win the cash and then the cash itself doesn't change over time, right? You're winning hard cash that then you can say has paid off X amount of your investment. And in my case with the Luton Town boys, like the whole investment's paid off now. So I can just keep using Luton every year and it's just pure profit for me now. Like, because the original investment has been recouped. Yeah, I agree. Realistically, we won't be able to win it because even with a collection bonus here, if you look at it, even with a collection bonus, you are right. With our new season collection bonus, we have a rank of 16th, okay? So the way we need to look at it is that even if Sporting Kansas City were the team that was the highest scoring team in the MLS Special Weekly in one game week, we have the potential where we can be outscored by 15 other. Look, Thoughts in there as well. There's 15 other managers that have a better collection score than us, right? That have bigger bonuses. So this guy here, if we both picked the same team and it was that team that was the highest scoring team in a game week, this guy's going to win. I'm not going to win, or we're not going to win, right? It's a community. Probably the only way that we win the Special Weekly is if we picked players. We picked the 5 that nobody else picked. And then we captained a player that then nobody else captained as well. So we'd almost have to have the most unique lineup, which would be really rare to happen. So I think realistically, we're probably not going to win it, but we also don't need to win it to get a good return here. But the chance exists, right? Have you got them Kansas City players and academy for today? I don't actually. That's quite a good point. I don't actually think I can fit them in. That's a really good point from Sopsy, but I don't think I can fit them in. Because I need to be putting my rare teams in here. In fact, I haven't even confirmed these ones here. Let's do that. I need to be building up the XP on the rare cards I've got. If we had more academy team slots, then I would do it. But yeah, we don't even have enough slots to boost our rares. Yeah. But don't worry, our team will have enough chances to boost its XP. We're going to be using the Sporting KC stack to the limit. Yeah, we don't... There's 1 hour, isn't there? Well, there's an hour and a half until the new game week opens up. Why don't I buy a 6th team? Because I don't trust Sorare, first of all. So I feel like I could buy a 3rd expansion team, and then Sorare could just turn around and say that they're doing something in the club shop, and then it'll be 15k that could probably be refunded. You don't know. Also, I just think this is too expensive. 15,000 for an expansion slot. It's too expensive. That's why I'm not buying it. We haven't had any more throw your hats in the ring. But if we do, they're open. So we've had 4 requests already. You guys can keep redeeming the throw your hat in the ring. You bought the 15k one, probably won't buy the 45k one. I hear you on that. There was a little bit of a temptation for me. I'm not going to lie. There's a little bit of a temptation to buy this because there's such a big jump from 15 to 45 here. And we've got enough to be able to do it. But the 15,000, I don't want to spend on something that actually isn't really needed, right? It's not really needed. I'd much rather just keep saving the Sorare coins as I'm doing with the arena tickets, so that when this club shop then becomes a point where there are permanently things in here that are worth buying, I'm then not regretting spending 15k on a 3rd academy team expansion, because that 15k further down the line might actually be able to buy us something much more desirable and meaningful. So I am a little bit tempted to do it because, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge amount, even though I think it's still overpriced. And compared to this one here, it's just a big jump up, right? I don't think anybody really should be buying this here unless you're rolling in SO coins every week. It's just too expensive when we consider how much they've been selling the caps and the merchandise for, and the, everything. Nah, not going to do it. Not going to do it at all. Right, let's take a quick breather, and then when we come back, we'll open up some more free Tip Scout Fund coupons to help you guys with the game week. So back in 5. All right, guys, we're back again. I can see that we've had another throw your hat in the ring. So Sopsy wants to throw his hat in the ring here. This week on Pooky. So, Sopsy, are you ready? Are you ready to win a limited card? I'm interested to see what prediction you're going to give us, man. So, he says, let's go. Remember, you can choose anything, any game here. There's a load of games you can choose from. And yeah, we're going to take your score. We'll add it into the spreadsheet. And then hopefully you can show us your mastermind with predicting a limited card, man. So which game do you fancy? There's New York into Miami, Cincy versus New York City FC, Whitecaps versus Salt Lake, Orlando versus Austin, Toronto versus Atlanta. And then on Sunday, there is St. Louis versus DC, Sporting KZ, our team, our community team. You want to do Whitecaps, do you? Whitecaps 3-1. Okay, so Whitecaps against Salt Lake. Sopsy's going with 3-1. We're going to use our MLS ball, even though it's not an MLS ball, but it's very geared towards the MLS with a boost on home and over 2.5. We're going to use that. I'm going to whack it in for 3-1. So if Sopsy sees that this game ends up being 3-1, then he is going to win a limited card. And we're going to add you in to the list as well, Sopsy. So thank you, man. Thank you for giving us another prediction there. Let's go back off this. Let's go into Pooky. And let's do Whitecaps here versus Real Salt Lake. And then we're going to go with 3-1. It's going to be Sopsy. The legend, Sopsy. Didn't want to curse Candace. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm really curious, actually, to see if anybody will predict the Sporting KZ game. Even though we don't have a team to put out for the midweek, because we don't have enough players, unfortunately, what we will do... Oh, we've now got Gary Ginder, of course, yeah. But we still don't have enough. What we will do is we'll just double check our academy teams here. It's actually pretty good. Yeah. I mean, I really do need almost another academy team. But yeah, as I mentioned, we're not going to do it. I'm pretty happy with it. I've also added in all of the players now that we've got. Hold on. That we bought as part of the academy team. Here we go. Or the community team, sorry. So this is the full collection that's now going to be playing for you guys every week in the community. Trying to win rewards. Mainly trying to win cash, actually. It's actually interesting to see how many managers are buying the last season card of Pulido. And not just Pulido, but look, because he's getting the in-season bonus at the moment, but that'll be removed soon. So then he'll only have like 2.5%. And that's just not really that much, actually. It's way better to try and get that card for 4%. Or that one there. Or this one, if you can afford to do it. Look, 5% there. I've opened up more of the free tip scout fund coupons, so over to you, really. Think I'll do my pooky predictions as well. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to just see that. Thank you for letting me know, actually, Ligma. If they're without him, then that's going to change how I look at this game. Why are they without him? Is he injured? Yeah, it's a massive blow, isn't it? You'd expect them to win with him. Is he suspended? Wow. Hello to Nasty Flame. How you doing? Yeah, that's a massive dent in their chances to win that one, I think. What was the score before? The last time they played each other was back in 2018. How did the bookies view this game? Georgia at 1.75. It's got such a difficult name. Has he been called up? He's probably not been called up then, no? Well, you've confirmed it, have you? He's definitely out. Yeah, that's not good then, is it? Okay. What was the team that they were running with recently? Okay. I think Georgia could still win it. Where's it being played? It's been played in Georgia as well. Okay. It's a single leg, so it's like you get knocked out here. I think we're going to go with Georgia to win, but given the stakes that are on the line here, and probably it's going to be quite an edgy game because they know that they can't really afford to. It's one leg. I think I'm going to go for 2-1. Poland, Estonia. Do we know the Poland? Do we know who's been called up to the Polish national team? Oh, it's just friendly matches. These are. Less than 2.5 goals in 15 of the last 18 for Poland. Oh, that's useful. Yeah, thank you for that, man. Where's their Twitter? Let's go. Here we go. Let's go over to their Twitter. Might be easier. I hate this actually. Having to just find information is so long-winded. Like it's okay to do. Here we go. Where are we at? Here we go. Call-ups for the national team. We found it in the end. Okay. Pretty much what I would expect here. Just wanted to double check that the players that are their best players are there, and it looks like they are. Okay. Thing is with Estonia, I don't ever feel like Estonia should be able to score, but I think they scored more than I expected them to during the Well, they only scored 2. I thought they scored more than that. Okay, so maybe we don't go with them scoring at all, but then we maybe do like 3-0. 2-0 seems a little bit too low. Yeah, 2-0, 3-0 seems to be about right, doesn't it? I think 3-0 though. God, for 3-0, we won't get a lot of points actually. We'd get just shy of 200. Would get more points if we backed Estonia to score alert. But I seriously doubt it. What's your predictions here, Estonian weirdo, for your team? What's your predictions here? An Estonian upset? What would be 1-0 for Estonia, actually? 626 points there. Do you know why Iceland players like Pooky? Iceland players like Pooky. Pooky's not Icelandic. He's Finnish. We're going to go with 3-0 here. Let's do 3-0. Let's lock it in. Iceland players are showing as NG. Like who? I mean, yeah, they've got the game, haven't they? It's probably something to do with Sorare again. I'm not sure why. We see it often, don't we, where there are games which are happening, but they don't show as having a game. Sometimes it's due to the game being cancelled. Other times it's due to the game having been postponed and then replayed, so it doesn't actually count in the game. And then sometimes it's just down to Sorare that I don't know what's happening internally, but it's not registered as having a game, even though it has a game. So it could be that one. But I'm not sure. Honest answer, I'm not sure why, because they do have a game. So I'd say just line them up as per usual. Oh, we've got 2 games left. Israel versus Iceland. We'll do 2-1 there. We're probably going to be doing a lot of 2-1s here, aren't we? Look, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. And then... I think we're going to do... 1-1 doesn't actually sound right to me between Bosnia and Ukraine. But I think this could be a 2-1 game, but maybe it goes into 2-1 in extra time. Ukraine are a little bit open at the back, so are Bosnia. But 2-2 is too high in this type of game, so I think we'll do 1-1 just to mix it up. There we go. So we have 142 left over. Is anybody actually buying a sticker pack today or any Pokeballs today? The sticker packs have gone up by 1 Matic. They haven't technically gone up, but with the fluctuations in the price of Matic, they now cost 10 Matic rather than 9. Yesterday they cost 9, but today they're going to cost you 10. I'm going to be buying one. We've got just enough to buy a starter pack, so I'm going to be buying a starter pack to try and get 2 stickers in here. Well, not to try, we will get 2 stickers in here. And these 2 stickers will throw into the prizes that we give away each week on Beat the Base. Is anybody else looking to dive in, dip into some stickers or some Pokeballs this week? Sorare is still doing that really silly thing where they pull in all the matches that are happening in this game week, even if they're not relevant for a specific competition like this one. But I think by the time the game week actually starts, they will remove this here. But I never really understand why they can't just do it now. Just looks a bit poor for the game, I think, when you've got something called the MLS Special Weekly, and then you can see like Chilean, Colombian, Liga Smart Bank games kind of being included when they're obviously not. Yeah, they need to tighten up on that a little bit. I might get a pack. Never got one before. Which one would you advise between starter and standard? The starter pack is really, really good value. Yeah. And I'd advise you to get the starter pack, Ligma, because that will sell out within 1 minute. And I'm not exaggerating when I say 1 minute. It will sell out within 1 minute. So try to get your hands on a starter pack. And if you can't, then your fallback is to then pick up a standard pack. But try to pick up the starter pack. Yeah. Because it's very good value. Let's go back here. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. By the time we have predicted all of the games for this game week, we're going to have about 60 energy left over. We'll probably spend about 10 to 20 updating predictions. So we'll then have around 40 to pay forward into game week 71. $14, and then there's also 14 here. So, oh, okay. Yeah. I'm actually quite happy that we've looked at this here. We've also, yeah, to be fair, we tend to do the German league though. Okay, so what I was just working out there is how much we need to have left over, how much energy we need to have left over after predicting fully in the USA League and then updating our predictions. I think I need to carry 40 over into game week 71 because then that gives me the option where I can fully predict in the Argentinian League and the USA League if I wanted to. If I don't want to do both of these, then I can do one. And then, of course, I can do any of these here. But if we pay 40 forward, because I have 242, imagine that we spend 100 here, and then we've got 40 left over. It then means that when we get our new energy next week, we're going to have 40 that we've already spent, plus then another 240. So these two leagues here will cost 140 each, which means we need to spend 280 in game week 71 if we want to fully predict these two. So that's why we would need to pay the 40 forward. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Manjet? If you want to predict my games for the USA League, then you guys can. It costs you nothing to do apart from free tip scout fund coupons, which you earn from just being on the live streams here. So when you get to 8,500, you can then predict one of my games, right? But then by spending the 8,500, you will secure your place on the list for this week, which means that if you are 100% correct with your prediction, you will win a limited card and you get to pick. so many of my players are not worth a lot of money. I want to get rid of this card, actually. I don't want this Christopher Gunter. Does anybody want this Christopher Gunter? It's a National Series card, so of course it doesn't have any SO5 use, but if anyone wants this card right now, I will send them to it, or I will send this card to them live on the stream. Yeah, we do feel like we're in that kind of that waiting phase, aren't we, Sopsy? I agree. Anyone can have it. Do you want it, Estonian? You can have it if you want it. I was looking at it yesterday and I was like, I really just don't want to have the custom series anymore. I've only got one, so it's pointless really me having it. Estonian Weirdo, you've got it, man. Airport waiting lounge, yeah. Estonian Weirdo, that's your name, isn't it, on here? There we go. Okay. There'd be some coincidence if there was another Estonian Weirdo, wouldn't there? You're only accepting money. You need to change your settings so I can actually send you a card. You change your settings in Sorare so that you can also receive cards as part of offers. Then once you've done that, I can then send you the card. Thanks, Sopsy, man. Make sure he doesn't give you a Mr. Bean haircut. Bowl on the head and then cut round the bowl. Let me know, Estonian, when you've done it. And then I'll then send you the card. Yeah, you've done it. Cool. Okay, Gunter is coming over to you now. There you go, man. Enjoy. Thank you for doing me a favor as well, because you've taken him off my hands. What's going on with Rivals? There's not really anything going on with Rivals at the moment, is there? Like, these are the games today. There's only one game. It's the Ecuadorian game. A little bit of a quiet week for Rivals as well, I think. They're covering the international games, though, aren't they? Yeah. Cool. Are they doing anything special this week in Rivals at all? You know, like, given it's a quiet game week, you'd maybe expect there to be some kind of a special event or a challenge or something just to kind of keep everyone's attention. Does anyone know if they're doing anything like that? Because if so, I might play it. But if not, then for sure I'm not going to play Rivals. Oh, that's right, yeah. There's one where there's one if you do it, if you invite a friend. Okay, that's fine, but yeah, I was kind of hoping that they might do one without. One where if they mentioned anything. No. Where did you see that? You know, you're living the dream from the sounds of it, Manjit. Who's your team in the semi-finals of the German Cup? Are we talking about that that like third Bundesliga team? Surely not. I hope that they win it. Oh, Kaiserslautern, of course. Okay. But Kaiserslautern are going to get knocked out by that team. Yeah, that's it. Saarbrücken. Yeah, I want Saarbrücken to win. Surely you'd want, even though you support Kaiserslautern, surely it'd be such an amazing story for German football if Saarbrücken beat you and get to the final. We're going to try and stream that game when it's available. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to try and do a watch along because I think it's such an amazing story. And I would love to be able to watch it live to see if they can get through to the final. It was on the app, get 600 points combined with a new friend you invite. Okay. I know that Sorare are making the rivals very mobile app focused, right? But this is a little small bit of criticism, which I hope that they have heard. And if they haven't heard, I hope it gets to them. It's absolutely fine. And it makes perfect sense to communicate that stuff in the app, right? But it can't just be solely in the app. I know that they want to make Rivals a mobile first game, but people still play the game on desktop, right? I don't actually play using the Sorare app at all. I still use the web browser on my mobile for it. And then, of course, we mostly play Sorare on the desktop because we tend to play pro. And even if we look at doing Rivals, we'll do it on the desktop as well, live on the stream. They just don't seem to send the same messages that they are, like announcements that they send on mobile. They don't seem to do them on the desktop either, or through the web browser, which I think they need to start doing. Because, like if I hadn't have been told that, then I probably would have found out, right? But let's say Joe Blogs is just playing Sorare on the desktop, right? They're not playing the mobile app, then they won't have a clue. Even if they're logging in every day on the Windows or whatnot, on the browser, they won't have a clue that there's this type of event that's happening. And they probably would be interested in it. So, yeah, they need to do better there, Sorare. Like, when they send the message out, they should just make sure it's a message that goes out to a web browser, it goes out to the mobile app, so that everyone who's playing the game, no matter what format they're playing it, gets the same message, right? Everyone's on the same page, basically. Oh, Manjit, I've only just seen your throw your hat in the ring. Sorry, man. I've only just seen it now. So we'll do that. So, oh, hold on. Yeah, we'll do it now for you, man. So, what game do you want to predict, man? What game do you want to have a shot at winning a limited card this week? You've still got quite a few options here. You're going risky with a 3-1 for Orlando against Austin. I love it. Face the fear and do it anyway. Love it. I actually think this is a pretty good prediction, 3-1. I don't think Austin are that good away from home. Orlando are pretty good at home. So let's do it. 3-1. So thank you, Manjit. And what we're going to do, of course, is we're now going to throw that into the tracker. So we're going to have Orlando versus Austin. And we're also going to go for another 3-1. We've got a load of 3-1s happening at the moment. Look. We've got, so far, out of the 5 predictions that we've had. Well, actually, it's not 5, is it? That's 6. We've had 6 predictions there. Out of these 6 predictions, we've got 3-1 in some form in 4 of them, which is cool. I don't mind it at all because you have to predict what you think it's going to be, right? And if they are 3-1s, then we're going to be laughing. Let's add this one in for Manjit. There you go, man. So you're in. You're on the list this week. So if it ends up being 3-1 to Orlando, you're going to win a limited card. So good luck to you, man. Make sure that you follow this game. We still have a further 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We still have another 7 games that you guys can predict for me this week and enter basically the competition to win a limited card. So, and remember that the Free Tip Scout Fund coupon to do that is open, and it will remain open until the end of the stream. I don't personally need to do any more predictions because I've done my ones for the Euros here. And we won't start paying our energy forward into game week 71 until we've worked out how much energy we need to use in this current game week. After we have made all the predictions, we'll decide what predictions we need to update. In fact, actually, oh, look at this here. Just as I mentioned it, look, this one has gone up from 375.5 to 466.6. We need to spend energy to update that prediction. So we're going to do that. The others technically shouldn't have gone up because we've only just done them now. Yeah, they haven't. But you can see that that was a huge amount of points that we didn't want to miss out on there. Let's have a quick double check of our America ones. They shouldn't have gone up really, because again, we've only just done these here. No. Hey man, hello to Assets in Sport. How's it going, buddy? You okay? No, none of these have gone up at the moment, which is what we were expecting. This one has, but only by a little bit. It's not worth doing it. All good, thank you. Excited for my first tier 3 rare reward this evening. Congrats to you. Big congrats to you, man. Honestly, amazing to get your first tier 3 rare. And it's a good rare as well. Tier 3 is a good tier of a reward. So it should be a decent player. Good value to it. Probably someone that's starting regularly as well. Maybe even a youngster. Let me know, please, if you can, later tonight, what you get. We actually haven't really spoke about that much today, as in how everyone's actually done from the game week. So what is everybody else winning from the game week? The weekend game week. I've already kind of told you guys that we had a bit of a shocker. So unfortunately, we're not winning anything. But it happens. Yeah. Funny enough, I actually said yesterday that our highest scoring rare player, well, technically it's Adam Lafondra, but that's not a card that's actually really ours. But our highest scoring rare player was Michael Horse, who came off the bench. So when your highest scoring rare player is a bench player, you know it's that type of game week. So yeah, we didn't win anything, but I'm very keen to hear what you guys did win from the weekend. In fact, we might as well look at some players as well from the game week that done really well. Sorare really needs some new users. Rivals tickets only 24 hours and boosting referral to 50. Have they changed it to 50? Yeah, have they just changed it? Yeah, they have changed it, haven't they? That's not a good sign, by the way. I mean, it's certainly more attractive now because it used to be, what, £20, didn't it? And now it's, you can get up to £50 credit, but I don't think that's a good sign. It kind of reeks of desperation, to be honest with you, that they're not getting the numbers that they were hoping. And so that's realistically the only reason that you would up that, to make it more attractive for people to invite. But said it before, and I will just say it again. I don't think this is a game mode that is going to attract the masses, and they're doing a lot of basic things wrong. If they got the basics better, if they made it more rewarding, then people would be more inclined to play it, talk about it, and recommend it to people. But yeah, there's no hard rewards in this game mode. People are playing it and they're winning tickets after tickets to spend more tickets. It's the basics, really. So hopefully this change will help them bring in more people, but I'm still worried that even if they could make this £500, right? If you make it £500, sure, you're going to get more people that come and join the game. Are they going to stick around, though, if the game mode's not that fun, not that rewarding? There's not a lot of substance to it. They're not. So, yeah. I could talk about this till I'm blue in the face, but we've talked about it before, so we won't retread the same ground. But we all know what's holding this game mode back, and it's frustrating because it feels like Sorare don't know, or if they do know, they're being incredibly slow at responding and adapting the game to be more attractive. Was it 50 quid up until the 31st of March? Okay, it's a limited time thing then. Yeah, I still think that they're probably struggling to get people in. You're 27th and the tier 3 pool is 16th to 130th, so it will be a good one, yeah. $2 from Cap240 with 271. Congrats to Raul there. It's better than what I got. I got nothing at all. I think if I was in 240 limited, if I was aiming for the low end, I would have won something. I would have won $2, right? But I don't aim for the $2. Probably I should, because then I'd actually be able to win at least something from the game week. But I prefer just to try and win $8, win big, even if it means winning fewer times. There's the threshold money going, yeah, in the 50 quid credit. Hey, FTS, I don't want to submit a build it like boss if you don't think you have time today and stuff. No, you can do it now if you want. Yeah, you can do it now. We can do it now. We've got time to do it. We don't have any lineups to build for the next game week. And then for the weekend, I don't think it will take us that long to do it. Just noticed that you got opted and got up into the middle limited threshold. Ligma, well done, my man. Love it. Really good. So Big Merc has redeemed a Build It Like Boss. So we've not done one of these in a while. It's going to be quite cool to do. Half of the players in that 240 cost me less than $2. Wow. That's a brilliant return. That's the way to do it. Yeah. I mean, hitting $2 when your team basically cost close to that anyway is incredible. Who was your goalkeeper, Raul, that you played in that team? And how much did they cost you? Also, Big Merc, if you want to let me know what type of team or competition you are looking to build a team for, and then we can do it conceptually on the screen for you, on the stream live, to give you some ideas, right? God, Zimmerman hit a score of 99.7. Didn't know that. He's a 78p player that hit a score of basically 100 and has been able to do it in the past before. Look, I like him a lot. I think he's good. Had an L15, probably have less than 51 as well. We need to change that. We've got we've got our display preference not showing the Sorare average. We need to change it back. We took it off so that we could build our MLS team for the special weekly. Zimmerman now has what, an L15 of 46. There you go. So if you had this player and you played him this weekend in like Cap 220, for example, that's exactly how you do it. You find a player that has the potential to explode to like a massive score. You play them in a low cost, low cap kind of competition, which is what he had. And then you just absolutely exceed the average score of the whole team by huge amounts there. Perfect. Looking for either a contenders or a champion stack, building 3 at present. Overall budget will be about £150. So an average looking for about £50 per stack. Happy for you to only build 1 though. Yeah. Yeah, we'll only do 1. I think doing 1 alone will take us a while. So yeah, we'll do 1. And you don't mind whether it's in contenders or champions. Okay. And then the goalkeeper was Slovic. Okay. This guy was around $6, but 3 guys from Ibar was like 130, 130, and 170. Yeah. Ibar are a strong team, yeah. They're good. They're good for clean sheets, definitely. They were a little bit weak when they were in the higher division. Oh, you've done throw your hat in the ring as well. Oh, sorry, man. I didn't see that. Thank you for reminding me, Thipamino. So Thipamino wants to do 2-2 for Toronto versus Atlanta. Sorry, man, I missed that one. We'll do it now, though. Thank you for the prediction, buddy. So we're going to do 2-2 for Toronto, Atlanta. And that's Thipamino that's going for that one. What we'll do, we will use this ball as well, which is more for draw and over 2.5. And we'll confirm that. And then what we'll do is we'll add Thipamino onto the list, of course. So Toronto. Oh. Then we're going to go with 2-2 here. And then it's Thipamino. So Thipamino, thank you so much for the prediction, man. And now you've got an extra reason to follow that game this weekend, because if it is 2-2, you're going to win yourself a limited card. All right. Let's just quickly bring up the blog here, so we can just remind everyone on the channel about the new format and the different types of teams and leagues that are going to fall within that. I actually want to go to this one here. Yeah. I think it's actually this one that I want to go to. Is it this one? There's that there, which is, yeah, this here is what I'm really trying to look for. Here we go. Okay. So this is going to be the new format, as we know, which is coming into the game basically by the end of the month, in a transition phase. And then in August, the old formats are no longer going to be in the game. And it's just going to be this format which exists in the game. And Big Merc has redeemed a Build It Like Barca, which is a way for you guys to say, Free Tip Scout, I'm thinking about building a team. I want to get some inspiration, maybe just a bit of guidance as well on what teams would be worth looking at, what players, what leagues are good to target. And one of the things that he said is that he's interested in doing, I think he said 3 teams, but for this one here, he's interested in a champions or a challenger type of team. And you can see that in champions, it is the essentially champion Europe, where you've got the top 5 leagues in Europe, all falling under one tier. And then challengers are a little bit different, because in challenges, you've got the likes of the championship, you've got the top tier of the Brazilian league in there, you've got the MLS in here, for example, you've got the Portuguese league in here. It's a nice little mix. It's actually quite a competitive league without probably commanding a super high premium because they are not players necessarily that are playing, for the top clubs in the world, even though there are some very good clubs in here. I think I want to tackle the Challenger one. So I think I want to do... Oh, you still see Excel. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Completely forgot that we had it on that. So this is what I was saying here, that there's champions, there's challengers, and I think I want to build a team in Challenger. Now, probably the thing that I need to ask Big Merc is that with you looking to play in these new tiers now, is your focus to play in Classic or is it in season? Because I think that is now going to dictate a lot about how we do build it like bosses, right? Open to either. Okay, cool. So Championship's an interesting one because with the Championship, there's not actually many teams that are really licensed in the Championship in Sorare. The thing with the Championship, though, is that I think it's one of the hardest, most difficult leagues in the world because it's so competitive. What could be a smart thing to do if you were looking at Championship would be to target the teams in the Premier League that are likely to get relegated. So looking at the teams like Luton, who could potentially still get relegated, Nottingham Forest, Burnley, Sheffield United, and probably Burnley, because Burnley are pretty much, in my opinion, Burnley are pretty much guaranteed to get relegated. I think Burnley in their last 9 games or so would need to win. Look, they're not too far away. They could survive, but I don't think so. And I think Burnley have some really good players. So does Sheffield United. So I think if anybody here, not just Big Merc, but I think if anybody was actually thinking about trying to compete in Challenger next season, then trying to put together a Championship team that is a team that's coming down from the Premier League could be a smart way to go about it. If you were to do it now, you'd be focusing on then building a team that would be Classic next season, but then you would play that Classic team to then try and win you the new season cards next season. So it's kind of like that's the cheap way to do it. I don't think I want to do it, though. You could do it. I actually think that I want to focus maybe on Brazil. Now, we don't have to focus on one team here, right? We could pull players from all different leagues that are in Challenger. So we could build a team with a few Brazilian players in it, a few MLS players, and then that would work in this tier. I do think, though, that I want to focus on one team. Again, the collection bonus, I think, is going to play a big part in this new format. But we'll see how it goes, right? Because if we're building a team and we don't actually quite think that it's a strong team and we're just putting the team together because that's going to give us a stack, then that's not really what it's about. So let's have a little look at Brazil, because that season is about to start soon as well. Not Brazil, Brazilian Serie A. Yeah, collection bonus is why you've been looking at stacks, yeah. So this is the new season for the Brazilian Serie A, which kicks off in about 3 weeks' time. 3.5 weeks' time, actually. And these are the teams which are going to be competing in the Serie A next season. Now, at the moment, you could buy Palmeiras in-season cards, but by the time season starts, they're not going to be in season anymore. So what we'll do is we'll look at a couple of players and maybe some teams here that could be worth targeting. And then it's really up to you whether you would look at them now as classic cards or whether you would just wait until then the new season kicks off and then their new season cards are then released, right? But of course, if we were theoretically going to build this team today and then go and buy the players today, then it would be a team that would be ready to then compete in challenges, but in the classic competition format. So let's bring up the concepts builder here. Marlon from Cruzeiro is brilliant, yeah. I agree with you on that. He's really, really good. He's really good. Let's bring him up because I don't think everybody knows about this guy. Here he is here. Yeah, he's brilliant, this guy. He died down a little bit towards the back end of the season, but at the start of the season, he was phenomenal. His price actually got really high and limited. I think he was at one point close to £100 or so because we were looking at him and we were talking about him a long time ago. And we were saying how he's almost a bit of a cheat code. Let's go and have a little look, actually. The last year. See, look. Yeah. And there you go. He was around £100. He's good for several reasons as well, this guy, because he's not only got incredible AA, but he also gets involved in attacking returns as well. So it's a great shout in the chat. Yeah, this guy's very good. One of the problems with this guy is I'm not a huge fan of Cruzeiro. Where did they finish last season? Yeah, they finished down here. They had a little bit of an underwhelming season where they had quite an even record. They're quite a big club, though, in Brazil. But yeah, he's a good player to look at. He's quite expensive in limited because his floor is £26. Let's have a look, though, at last season. So Palmeiras, of course, won. Grêmio done very good. Botafogo is an interesting one because Botafogo, they have a player called Junior Santos who has been on fire so far before the season has started. Like here, look. And Botafogo were actually having a very good run last year, right up until the end of the season where they just basically collapsed. But they had a very strong season last year. You can see that here. They actually went on a run where I think they were leading the division for most of it. And then right towards the end, they just started to fall away. And they basically gifted the title to Palmeiras, especially when they lost 3-4 here. Barrial. Yeah, Barrial's better now because, well, he's not better, but since Cruzeiro have Barrial, definitely makes it attractive. I think, though, Junior Santos at £5.95 is very good. So I personally, in limited, would be looking at Junior Santos here because he's actually a good player. He is capable of scoring a lot of goals. And at the moment, he just looks like in his element at Botafogo. So I think we're going to whack him in for now. Let's just put Global All-Star on here. At the moment, we can't actually build for the new format. But let's just assume that we are doing it for the new format here. I'm going to put Junior Santos in. So this might be a little bit of a mixed team here. So Junior Santos goes in as the forward. What we could also do as well, let's bring up Botafogo here. Yeah. One of the advantages of having Botafogo players is that they're actually playing in the Libertadores. So you're going to get some midweek utility out of them as well. This is their league that their group that they've just been drawn in, and the draw happened yesterday. So this is another reason why I'm thinking that not only for Junior Santos, but they've got a couple of other players here that are pretty decent, like Savarino's in there. Jafinho's not too bad as well. But Hugo's in there. Tequino's in there. He's okay. But the big question here is how many of their players actually have cards in the game? So there's Savarino. Fernando Marçal's there. Let's have a quick look. Because what I would almost want to have here, so there's Savarino. Savarino's only about a £5. That's pretty good, actually. You can see that they've got loads of players here that just don't have cards at all. Savarino wouldn't be too bad to pair up with Junior Santos here. Because even though he's a forward card, he doesn't play as a centre forward. He kind of tends to play more as front of a front three. Can play up front, but he's quite versatile. Look, right midfield, left midfield, central attacking midfield. He's got a lot of good high end to him as well, Savarino. Look. So what we could almost do here is look at, for that price as well, £5.17. And again, we've got a budget here of around, if my memory serves me correct, about £60, £50, was it? Big Merc. So getting 2 forwards here. Is he a forward in limited as well? He is, yeah. So almost getting 2 forwards here would be not too bad. Because with Savarino, he has this really good AA. So again, it's about targeting forwards that don't just deliver goals, but deliver outside of that as well. Just delivering goals isn't good enough in Sorare. You need goals and a good AA, especially in the new format, which will allow him to give you scores like that in the high 80s, right? So why don't we do that? And then we'll look at a midfielder as well that we could maybe pair up with these guys so that then we could have like an attacking duo or attacking triplet, really. Savarino. There we go. So at the moment, we've got 2 really decent players, both playing for Botafogo, who are going to give Big Merc some midweek utility and also, I think, really good scoring potential in the new format. At the moment, they're only costing £11, which I think is a bargain. Midfielder-wise, they've got Gregor, who's just joined, but you don't really want to look at him. Chi they have as well. Not a big fan of Chi, if I'm honest with you. So we maybe need to not look at a midfielder here. They've got Pablo as well. Pablo's really good. So what we could do, tell you what we could do actually. Barrio is £3. Holy shit. Thing is though, is there another team that we could maybe look at here? Fluminense is in there. They're also playing midweek too. Sao Paulo, Gremio. So we're kind of looking at teams that also are in this same tier, right? Because then he can play them as such. Let's go back. Atletico's in there as well. Palmeiras is in there. There's some okay midfielders actually for Palmeiras. Okay. The owner of Botafogo, John Textor, wants to spend big this season. there was talks about Almeida going to Botafogo. Yeah, there was a rumor, wasn't there, that Botafogo. Actually, I don't think it was a rumor. I think it was probably there was probably a lot of truth to it. But it was a transfer story, and the transfer story was that Botafogo were willing to offer Atlanta $20 million for Almeida, and Atlanta were like, no, it's too low. Whereas actually $20 million for an MLS team is huge. That's a lot of money. So, yeah, I mean, to be fair, how much is Almeida? He's expensive. Yeah, which you'd expect, right? He's so good, though. Look at that scoring. If you have this type of player in the new format, you're laughing, basically. You're laughing away to rewards every week. I mean, look at that. That's stupid. It's really stupid. But what I was almost thinking is that we've got Gremio there, Botafogo. Kind of what I was thinking is, could we target a different, like you've got River, but we don't really want to look at River because they're in a different tier. So we almost want to have players from the same tier so that he can always play them in Challenger. Gremio, I don't think Gremio would be a team that we would look at. Like, seriously, even though they've done very well last season. Like, they done well because it was Suarez that was there. But, of course, he's left now. They don't really have a lot of players that have cards either. That's one of the big problems with them. And the players that do have cards are not that good, in my opinion. Hey, do you know why they don't show the score graph in the concept anymore? They do, but you need to put all the players in first. Pick up the GOAT Lanzini, says Connor. Of course he's going to say that. There's 10 minutes, by the way, until the new game week. Guys, 10 minutes. Yeah, he's at River, yeah. He'd actually be a good pickup, I think, Manuel Lanzini. But yeah, because he's in a different tier, it kind of it makes things a little bit tricky. Barrial would be fine, because Barrial has the potential to hit some big scores for Cruzeiro. Funny enough, his first game is against Botafogo. Look at that, that's interesting. He's also really cheap as well. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. There was Fluminense in here. And they've got, from the looks of it, not a bad league, which means that he'd be able to use them midweek as well. Fluminense last season, they didn't do too bad either, did they? From memory, I could be wrong, but I thought they'd done fairly okay. Mid-table. Oh, that's fine. This is for this season. Last year, they got into the 7th. That's not bad. Again, the problem here, though, is do they have enough players that have cards, right? Because there's so many teams in the Brazilian league that don't have cards. Yeah, look. We've got Antonio Carlos, who's actually okay. It's defense, but got Douglas Costa now. Douglas Costa could be, I say what, Douglas Costa could be an under-the-radar player for Fluminense. Because he's, you know, he's a new player there now. He should do well there. What about Palmeiras? We could look at Palmeiras, sure, but what I was kind of thinking is that we could target guys off the beaten track a little bit. Palmeiras is fine because they have good players, right? They have good players all around the board. So we might look at them in a minute. But Douglas Costa, we know he's quality. He's just had a bit of a shocking time in the MLS, really, where it didn't really pay off for him. Although he started to show towards the back end that it was a little bit better. He had a really slow start to the MLS, though. He's only £1.81. He is 33, but he's a midfielder that would provide a lot of goals, though, for Fluminense. Yeah, he could really pop off, Douglas Costa, couldn't he? Like, now that he's returned back to his home country, Serie A should be not a straw in the park for him, but with his level of quality still, he should be able to smash it. His scoring in Sorare looks really underwhelming, but a lot of his good performances probably came before scoring started in Sorare. I actually, I'm gonna throw Douglas Costa in there to be a bit different because we know he's a quality player. He's only 181. He's playing for a team that should improve this season, and they also offer midweek utility. Where are they? Where they're going to have midweek games in the Copa Libertadores, so you get some good use out of him. We're going to throw him in as the midfielder. Where's our concept team? There we go. We're going to throw him in as the midfielder for 181, which I think is a bargain, to be honest with you. And then it leaves us with a defender and a goalkeeper. So what we could do, we could target Palmeiras now defensively, because Palmeiras did not concede lots of goals last season, did they? And they've got a really good goalkeeper who is actually kind of usually quite expensive. Yeah, Weverton. Weverton only conceded 0.9 goals. He's decent. Let's bring him up. Let's bring them up, right? Because they didn't concede a lot of goals last season at all. Weverton's £34.90. But then they've got, look, Murillo. Ooh. This is very tempting. Because Murillo's a monster. Murillo is a monster. Great levels of scoring for this guy. Great levels of scoring. Still quite young at 26, and he's only £9. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do Murillo, and we're going to pair him up with Weverton in this team, which probably is going to take our cost quite high, pushing it to the 60, but that is a good combo. And again, it's targeting a team that's going to offer Big Merc a chance to score really well in the new format, but also he's going to have all players that offer him midweek utility, so he can play this team in the midweek. If we throw Weverton in here as well, oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? The floor price for this team is £56.88, so it comes just under the £60 that we were working with for this type of team. This team is an all-Brazilian team, so all the players here play for different teams in the Brazilian Serie A, but we have two distinct stacks here. We have a forward stack for Botafogo, we've got a defensive stack for Palmeiras here, and then wedged in the middle we have Douglas Costa, who's a new signing for Fluminense, and every single one of these players will be able to play in the midweek. This is the first time that I've done this type of team in considering the new format. And I've got to be honest with you, I actually really like it a lot. You could choose different defensive stacks, different attacking stacks, but for the price we've got here for these cards and the players we've got in here, all of these players are capable of hitting scores of 80, 90, 100. I think that's really solid. Big Merc, what do you reckon? And what does the whole chat reckon? Because I think this is a very solid team. Targeting good teams here, good utility, good levels of scoring. Every single player here has the potential for good AA as well as good decisive scoring, which is really what you need as well in the new format. The fact it's come under £60, which was the budget, very happy with that. Yeah, how many goals did they concede? Because we didn't really check it, did we? But we know that they had one of the best records. They only conceded, look, the team that conceded less than them, there were two teams that conceded less than Palmeiras last season, was Cruzeiro, who we were looking at for Marlon, and then also Atletico MG. But Palmeiras only conceded 33. And they are obviously the champions as well. So even without, I think they'll be challenging again this season. So, Big Merc, was that the sort of team that you was expecting? Like, do you like this team? Is this giving you some inspiration? Because almost like with these build it like bosses, it's not really kind of like saying, this is the team, go and build it. But it's just taking us through a process where you can see what I would be thinking building a team with your kind of requirements, right? And with your budget. I think with your budget, I probably would build a team like this here because I do like the players we've got here. Huge amounts of scoring potential. Great use as well, not just on the weekend, but also in the midweek, which we know the midweek game weeks are often the game weeks where if you're smart about how you build a team, you can end up winning the midweeks because others just don't have the players to put out. And you also got a team here that is just about to start their season, so you will get a full season out of them. It's outside the box from what I was looking at. I'm very happy to hear that, man. I'm happy to hear that we could give you something a little bit different, but also still something that's very solid. I really love Murillo. My favourite player in this team is Murillo. I don't have him. We covered him on the stream a while back. And when we covered him and we talked about him, I was saying to everyone, I'd love to own this player, Murillo, because he's a defender that, you know, you guys know what I'm going to say. He's a defender that loves defending, which means that you're going to get somebody that wins their duels more often than not, that makes interceptions, that makes tackles, that can just basically get stuck in. And because he's also playing for a strong team, he's got a high percentage for clean sheets as well, which is what you want from a defender. You want to be able to get that 10-point clean sheet bonus a lot. And you can see it here, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the last kind of, 12 or so games of the season, he got the 10-point clean sheet bonus 7 times. And it was a pretty consistent theme throughout the season as well. But he also doesn't need it in order to be able to score really high as well. Look, in a 4-3, sure, he got a couple of decisives there, but his AA was still pretty okay at 13. Yeah. Barrial, I'd agree with Connor. I think if you could afford to get some backups for a team like this here, right, Big Merc, what I would do is I would probably pick up Marlon from Cruzeiro and then also Barrial. But keep in mind that those players are not going to give you midweek utility like these 5 here. So they'd be really good like backups or players that you could rotate depending on the fixtures, right? Because Barrial would be the midfielder instead of Douglas Costa, and then Murillo would be the defender instead of, Marlon would be the defender instead of Murillo. And that would just give you a few more options and a bit more flexibility, but you wouldn't really be able to use those two in the midweek. The alternative would be to maybe target some players from Gremio, or you could also target another team like Sao Paulo. if you wanted to. You don't even have to target another Brazilian team if you wanted to. You could equally target a couple of MLS players. But yeah, personally, I think this is a really solid team. So I hope you really enjoyed that Build It Like Barca. And it's a new game week as well. So we're going to take a very quick 5-minute break here, guys. And then when we come back, we're going to start lineup building for the weekend, which will include, again, going back through our new, ready, good to go MLS special weekly team that is our community team, but also just doing the other teams as well. So we're going to be back in 5, guys, okay? All right, guys. We return with a vengeance. It's the new game week in Sorare. It's game week 461 that we are preparing for now. It is the first game week of the MLS Special Weekly, and we have rebuilt our community team to be ready to smash it straight from the off. So, let's dive in. It's not only that, but we need to see what other teams we can line up build for it as well. Okay, let's have a little look here. Okay. I really wish that Sorare would re-add the game week numbers back in. The dates alone, it's so funny. After playing Sorare for so long, you count the weeks in game weeks, right? And I don't know, I found myself almost like referring to the weeks outside of Sorare as game weeks. And they've removed them, and just so bizarre that they've removed them, but hopefully they will add them back in. Capetti, mid-April, and Russell, early April. Wow, so I'm glad that we didn't commit to Johnny Russell then, says Connor. We had a feeling that it could be early April. We looked at it yesterday, and we will get him, but I'm glad that we haven't got him. I'm sad for you, though. Yeah, you are probably going to need to get a new forward, aren't you? But there's a ton out there, Connor, that are really cheap, though. There's a load out there that are cheap. Okay. This is the game week that we need to line up build for. Sorry. Wonder what I was doing there. This is the live one. This is the new one. We got it together now. So we've got our MLS Special Weekly. Now, we can enter multiple teams in here, so there's probably an argument that we could add another one in, just with our backup players, but we would have to take out Brad Stuver from the MLS Specialist, and I think I want to try and maximize our chances to win something in the MLS Specialist, because I think this is maybe the last game week that we can play the MLS Specialist. What can we do in rare? Let's start with that first of all. It doesn't look like we can put out a team in Champion America. No. We have quite a few American players that are playing, but we don't actually have an American goalkeeper that's playing. Dominguez does not have a game. Interesting. Okay, let's cancel that team for now. Let's focus on the Cap 240 then. We don't have a single goalkeeper that's playing. Great. Oh, no. Oh. Kind of expected, right? I mean, it is the international break. We don't have an international goalkeeper. I was almost just hoping that one of our goalkeepers, maybe Dominguez, would have a game, but he's away with the international team as well. So, okay. What goalkeepers do we actually have that have a game? Wow. Brad Stuver and Tim Melia. That's it. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I don't even think we can do a Cap 2. Well, we either have to do MLS Specialist or we do Cap 220 Rare. Now, technically, it's more important for me to win a rare card than it is to win a limited card. But I do think this is probably the last time or the last chance we'll have, isn't it? Of being able to enter the MLS Specialist. It is, yeah. It's the last MLS Specialist competition. Exactly. If we won a card in the MLS Specialist, it would be an in-season card. If we won a card in Cap 220 Rare, it could be anything. And it could be something that we really don't want. Why don't we explore it, right? So let's just say that we were thinking about coming out of MLS Specialist. We would put Brad Stuver in there for 48. Then we would need rare players, and we've got a Zampedri, who we would. He's our only rare forward actually, with Tapia. So we could do Zampedri there. To be fair, we could probably then do look. Defensively, we've then got Branco. Then we would be struggling a little bit, because then we would want to be playing, ideally, somebody like Hoyos, but we could play Grilak. And then look, we wouldn't even have enough to play Tapia in there. We'd only have enough to play Pedro Santos, but Pedro Santos got a red card in the last game. So there you go. There's our answer. We can't do it. You can use a common, can't you? So you can basically swap in an MLS player for the weekend. That's true. That is true. Yeah, I always forget that. That's true. We could play a common goalkeeper, and then we could play our limited forward. It's a good point. We do have a little bit of an issue here where we're kind of struggling to put out a team, as in if we were going to do it, we'd almost have to leave Zampedri out, which just seems like a madness, doesn't it, to leave Zampedri out? But like if we left him out and we put Tapia in here, then we would be able to afford Hoyos in here. Like that. And then we would probably captain Hoyos here, because it's Hoyos, right? No, you were right, though. You were right, Twitch Gaming. No, you were right to mention that. Because what I was thinking here was, okay, we're going to have to make a decision between Cap 220 Rare and MLS Specialist. But of course, we don't have to, because we've also now got limited forwards, right? Before, we didn't really have any, but then we went and bought Paul Ariola, didn't we? So now we can actually play the goalkeeper as the common in Specialist, and then it means that we can still play Stuver in Cap 220 Rare. So if we do that for now, continue, and then we take that. That's a good suggestion from Twitch Gaming. Good reminder. We then go back into the MLS Specialist here, and then we take out Messi. We put in, we've got the common Brad Stuver here if we wanted to, which I don't think we really want to be fair. But yeah, we don't really have good options here. So we'd probably, if anything, need to make a swap. And then what we could do is we could play, oh, where's he gone? We do have an Areola. Does he not have a game? Dallas don't have a game. Ooh. That is a little bit of a problem. Wow. We brought in Areola, but he doesn't have a game. And all we've got then is William Agadar, who's just a sub player. We're using Polido and Shaloy. Oh dear. So we wouldn't be able to do it at the moment unless we went out and got like another forward, which we're not going to do. Let's put him in for now, like that. Herrera wouldn't be available because Herrera is going to be away with the national team. So we could put Cascante in there. Then we could actually play Illy Sanchez in here, which I think we want to do now that we've got him. So we could probably do Demir Greilat going up against his old club, which I like that. And then Illy Sanchez. So 2 midfielders here. So Krylak and then Illy Sanchez as the extra. We could also technically play the other Sporting KZ player that we were not using in the MLS Special Weekly, like Tim, for example, if we weren't going to use Tim in the MLS Special Weekly. But for now, where's he gone? There he is there, Illy Sanchez, right? And then, yeah, kind of the issue we've got here is we just don't really have another forward apart from Agadar, who's a sub player. Well, Cascante's at the national team as well. Okay, cool. Let's take him out. And then it's fine. We have other options as well. Now we can put Tim in, so that works too. Hello to Nathby. Hey, how long have you been into Sorare? I'm new to the channel. Been playing Sorare now for the last 3 years, 3.5 years, something like that. Yeah, welcome to the channel though, man. If you're new to the channel, then if you've got any questions about Sorare, this is a good place to be. We have loads of people in here who can help, in addition to myself. Let's do that. I think if I was going to run this type of team, then I would ideally want a better forward than that. So it might be something that I look at this week where I try and get a different MLS forward here. Everyone else here is fine. Technically, I might probably want to try and change the goalkeeper as well. But yeah, this forward's not going to cut it. I'm playing for a year, starting to put some proper money into it now. Love to hear it. Yeah, I can, yeah. And I might do that as well. I might swap in a goalkeeper. I probably won't play with Stuva, but yeah, I know that that's not really the issue. Like, we can, and we probably will. The big issue really is this one here, isn't it? Everyone else is fine. I mean, we're also assuming that we would not play Tim in the special weekly. I think even if we didn't play... Yeah, I think even if we didn't play Tim in the special weekly, or if we did play Tim in the special weekly, and if Fontas was injured, then we are kind of then starting to scrape the barrel, aren't we? As to the defenders that we'd have. Yeah, okay. Delete this team, delete that team, delete this one. Delete. Delete these ones as well. I think the annoying thing here is that we just don't really have like a proper team to hit the Capsule 40 threshold. We've got an okay-ish team here for Cap 220. Like, it will do. It's obviously not ideally what we want to play, but because we can play it, we probably would play something like that. Does anyone know the status on Fontas at all? Wonder whether there's any early lineup projections at all. There are some early ones here. There's not an early one for Sporting KZ. Yeah, look, Fontas is questionable. With that hamstring. So you can see here, look, his estimated return is the 23rd, so this weekend. So he could return this weekend. If he doesn't, if he's expected to be out, then what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to take Fontas out here and put Leibold in. And then if we do that, we then don't have a defender for the MLS specialist. So I think before I even consider bringing in players like a forward here, I need to hold off and wait to see what's happening with Fontas there. I'm pretty sure those are all the teams that we can enter, though. I mean, we could do a cap 220, I guess, right? But we still have that problem with a forward. We don't really have a forward. So, and we're kind of struggling with a defender as well. Yeah, we're kind of struggling here. We just don't have the depth of players enough to put anything out. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? I didn't think we would spend that long lineup building, but that was a lot quicker than I thought. Yeah, that's it. MLS Special Weekly, MLS Specialist, and then a Cap 220 Rare. Let's just double check that that is probably going to be the team that we do. Yeah, for sure we'd put Demir in there. We would need to put, or I'd want to put Hoyos in there because it's Hoyos, right? And then we'd be looking at Amperero there. And then it's 43. Yeah, that is the team that we can do. I'd almost be a little bit tempted to put the captaincy on Grylat, given that he's going up against Real Salt Lake. That might be something that we do later towards the end of the start of the game week. Guys, you said 2 forwards for the MLS Special Weekly. Do we have any early thoughts about who you would like to have as the captain in the MLS Special Weekly? Because this is your team at the end of the day, right? This is your community team now, your brand new community team. So it doesn't actually have to be a decision now, but I'd like to get some ideas and thoughts on who you guys would probably fancy to be the captain this weekend. Joe Barone's Fiorentina's general director passed away after he was sent to hospital on the weekend and their game got postponed. Oh, God, yeah. Absolutely rest in peace. That's horrible news, that. How old was he? Joe Barone. Some good suggestions here. Shaloy, Eric, Shaloy, Polido. Kingrave says Tommy. Shaloy hasn't started that great. I don't mind if Shaloy hasn't started that great because all that means is that he's due to hit a good score soon. Only 57. Oh, God. Very sad news, that. Okay, so it's kind of interesting to, as I say, I don't think we're going to make a decision on it now, but it's quite good to see that we're getting some suggestions already, like Shaloi, like Tommy, Polido. I like those suggestions already. I feel like in this fixture, we should be trying to target one of our attacking players rather than a defensive player, because it's that type of fixture where I think there'll be a lot of goals in it. Polido's a good shout, yeah. I like Polido as well. Like, it's a tricky one, the MLS Special Weekly, because you have to absolutely nail the captaincy, because there is a 50% score increase. So if you get the wrong captain here, it's going to cost you. Okay. Yeah, he's great, isn't he, Twisted? How much did you sell him for? Last year, around 6, I guess. Okay. Do you remember, guys, when I told you that if Polido, I'll take a screen of this as well, by the way. I quite like this team. 1 second. Do you remember last year when we were looking on Sorare data at Polido, and I said if you could get Alan Polido for less than a fiver, pick him up. He's actually £5.63 at the moment, which is a pretty good price. Because he is very good. It feels like such a weird weekend for us to line up build, because we've done it. We've done it in 2 minutes. Like, I don't even think we really need to look at that one again. Cap 220 rare. No, not that one. Cap 220 rare. Yeah, look. It pretty much recommends the team that we've done, apart from the difference here is that rather than playing Hoyos, it's telling us to play Pinares here, but we would play Hoyos every day of the week. Let's have a look at our MLS Special Weekly. I'm interested to see how that would score. We don't get a score for it. Why don't you get a score for it? Do you only get the scores then in not the special weeklies, like not the special events, right? Because I think if we done like a lineup here, it would give us a score, wouldn't it? Or not? Did you know if you save lineups in a lineup builder, it won't display the players from other lineup building? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's a good tip for everyone there. That once you basically save that team, then they won't appear in a different competition. So then if we then selected Cap 220, they won't appear. So it basically locks them in. So you can then see who else is available in your gallery. I actually don't line up build in Sorare data. I know a lot of managers do, but I don't tend to. I prefer to line up build without it, and then to kind of just use it after I've line up built to see if we've overlooked anything. Yeah, it's good though. It is a very good feature. Yeah, definitely. It's probably a feature that's so overlooked as well. I mean, as you say, you only found it the other week. You've been playing for a year. But yeah, once you save it and you lock it in, yeah, you then don't see these players anymore. Look at how this team is. Look at this in All-Star Limited. Look. We've got some really good pick scores for these players here. Like Fontas is a B. Pick score, Tom Leibold is an A. We've got A's and triple A's in here. Guys, this could be a great first game week, couldn't it? For the community team. High opponent scores for our forwards here. High win percentage, high percentage for 3 goals scored. It's a home game as well. They perform very well at home, these 2 forwards that we've got. Got a good start, potentially. Cool. We're done. We've done our lineup building. Have you done your Pooky predictions yet for the Nations League? We have, yeah, we've done them. The reason I don't line up build in Sorare data is because if you line up build in Sorare data, you become too reliant on the data and you don't then build up your own knowledge about your players, right? So it's almost better to, for me personally, it's almost better for me to line up build blind without seeing the data and just using my football knowledge and my knowledge about those players, right? Putting the team together in Sorare and then doing all my teams like that and then running them through the lineup builder afterwards to just see whether the data is telling me anything that I didn't know. But when you line up build purely in Sorare data, there's a tendency where you can start to become a bit of a slave for the data, where you're not really picking the team, but the tool's kind of picking it for you. So it's like making the decision for your brain. And that works for some people, but for me personally, it doesn't work because I'd like to know why I'm picking them rather than just the tool kind of telling me that I should pick them. And of course, you can also pick like where you look at the data here, but it's weird. I don't want to look at that now when I'm lineup building because I feel like that would influence my decision. I want to look at it after I've made the decision to do my picks, and then I can make tweaks, right? Yeah. I've tried it before. I tried it before where I was lineup building in Sorare data just out of curiosity. And what I found myself doing was I wasn't going with instinct and my own like natural inclination to pick the players that I thought were good for this week. I was basically just looking at this data and thinking, okay, AAA, he's got to go in. Good scores here, got to go in. And it's like, actually, sometimes you miss the opportunity to pick a player that's maybe down here that you would have picked if you hadn't have been using this data here. And that actually the player that was down here probably might have had that one game week that you were thinking they could go and explode to a really good score. So yeah, that's the main reason I don't do it. I check it afterwards. But it's such a great tool that I think everybody should use it in some way when they're preparing for a game week. But I always try and tell people don't get too reliant on it. Because the other thing with and not just getting reliant on it, but the other thing as well is that it's like anything. If you look at Play Sharper projections, right, there's a tendency to think, okay, the expert says that this player's like 90% or 80%, so they're going to play. But actually, doesn't mean that they're right. You know, like they could be wrong, and sometimes they are wrong. And also the data, or the Sorare data tool here, tries to guide you, but there will be times where it won't be right, and that it's actually better for you to go against what they're saying here. Exactly. That's it. That's what where's the exit has just mentioned as well. If everyone just followed what the tool was telling you, then you would probably never win, because then everyone's picking the players that are projected to do well, and you're not using your own knowledge, your internal knowledge that you built up on a player to be different and to find those differentials and to go against the grain. And you need to be able to go against the grain and pick the picks that others are not probably going to pick as much, to try and outscore them in a different way. I think if we had some money left over, then I might have been a little bit tempted to look at a low cost MLS type forward for here. Like, we're not too worried about the goalkeeper. We can come and change that later. But when I look at this team and I'm ignoring the goalkeeper, I'm thinking this is a good pick for this week. Billy Sanchez is a good pick for this week. Tim Leibold is a good pick for this week. Agada's not. This is the big position that we need to fix here. I wonder if I could offload some cards that I really don't need to a bot, just to try and raise like £1 or something, or like a couple of quid, because I reckon I could probably find someone. Let's have a little look. Scout, player and card finder. And then forward, game week 461. Filter. Schaffelberg is him. Yeah, Hoyos is the perfect example, right? Yeah. I like it. Where's the exit really gets it. There you go. Rhyming here. But where's the exit does get it, that when we put the Sorare data tool to pick the team for us, Sorare data is not telling us to look at Hoyos here. And the reason it is telling us to not pick Hoyos is because he doesn't start at the moment. But he doesn't need to start to score well in Sorare. And if anything, actually, he's just as good to pick even if he's a sub, because he has this real high end to him. And he has a bigger high end to him than Pinares, who the tool was telling us to pick. So just to kind of, let's just go back here just to show you, in case you missed it. We're going to Cap 220 Rare in the tool. Let's say that we weren't lineup building without the tool. We would just line up building with the tool, right? We would do like suggest a lineup, and it would tell us to, it tells us to do this actually, which we can't do because we have Tim Melia in a different team. So if we discount Tim Melia, then it tells us to play Pinares here. And the reason it tells us to do Pinares is because, according to the tool, Pinares has a better pick score compared to Hoyos, but Hoyos is a way better pick here for scoring than Pinares is. So that's why having that own knowledge of your players is not useful, actually. It's kind of vital that you can find the wins that the tool will not help you to. Your gallery dropped massively. Yeah, I am streaming on YouTube as well. Where's the exit is on YouTube. Yeah, so you guys unfortunately can't see his chat. Yeah, but he's dropping messages over on YouTube that I can see. Your gallery dropped massively. Sorare is in such a bad state. Yeah, it's also dropped a little bit because we a couple of things. We have a lot of European players and we don't have a load of American type players, so our gallery's more weighted towards Europe. And so with each week that there's less and less games in Europe, our gallery is going to naturally fall. Also, the fluctuation in Ether and fiat means that our gallery is going to be taking a bit of a hit too. But also, as you rightly say, you know, the game is in that kind of weird position that it's been in for a while, where the prices of cards just continue to decline. The supply is squeezing out the value of the cards as well. The lack of demand in the game versus the supply is having a big effect as well. And so we're all just really hoping now that the new format and that the rivals can just completely turn things around. I'm not being dramatic when I say it. It's the most important year for Sorare, like this year, because if the new format and if rivals don't turn things around, the game's going to be in the mud. The game's going to be on the ropes. So this is a hugely important year for Sorare, in my opinion. Like, they have to start showing that the changes that they're making and the things they're adding into the game are going to be more attractive for people to come and join the game. It's also going to be more attractive for them to stay long term, spend money in the game. People's sentiments are going to be much more positive, and that also there's not this continual decline in the values of cards, right? So big year for Sorare. Where's the exits man in the outpost? He definitely is. He's representing over on YouTube. I love it. I don't see many others dropping comments over on YouTube. I'm sure there are a few that are logged in on YouTube, right? But at the moment, I only see Where's the Exit dropping some lyrics in the chat, which is appreciated, by the way. You have stopped Sorare Data Services as I sell more and more players looking for an exit around August. Are you looking for a full exit from Sorare, FBL Thinker, in August? I know that you scaled back a lot of your investment in Sorare, right? Which I think is cool. Because again, this is for everyone. If you're maybe not enjoying Sorare as much as you were, or maybe your priorities have changed, or maybe you don't enjoy or you don't feel comfortable with the risk that you've got in the game anymore, with all the changes that are happening and, you know, a little bit of uncertainty about what's going to happen in the future with the long-term success of the game and whatnot, then it's always really good to try and reduce and scale back if you can. I think like Ligma's right though. Ligma, I think, has a point. I think we heard this before though, no? I'll be coming back to Twitch next week. It's lonely out here. Yeah, thank you, Where's the Exit? I really appreciate it. We started multi-streaming on YouTube and Twitch so that any guys that don't like jumping on Twitch, or maybe just are not used to Twitch, don't know Twitch, or just prefer to use YouTube for their video content, then they can then get involved in the streams as well. But yeah, the numbers on YouTube are still low compared to the numbers that we have here on Twitch. So yeah, if it feels like you're a bit lonely, then yeah, feel free to jump over onto Twitch with us. And also we do giveaways over on Twitch, and you can get benefits on the stream on Twitch you can't get over on YouTube, unfortunately. So you kind of get a little bit more out of the stream. Like, for example, I can buy you a £10 card if you are logging in and tuning in on Twitch. But if you're tuning on YouTube, I can't get you the £10 card because we have a coupon system, like a redemption system, like a bonus system, where the more you log in on Twitch or tuning on Twitch, the more of the coupons you earn. And then when you earn them, you cash them in and I give you something back. But that doesn't really exist on YouTube. Full exit if I can recover the losses by then, says FBL. But what will you do, FBL? Will you take your money out? So let's say that you can recover your losses, right? And you can fully exit Sorare in August without making a loss at all. Or maybe you make like a small loss, okay? You would then put it into UC. Okay, I thought you were going to say that. I wanted to see if you were going to say that. I don't mind that at all. I actually think that's kind of cool. UC seems to be getting a lot more traction as well. I quite like that they're building a like an ecosystem, you know, where there's different things in different areas, and they're doing a persona project, which kind of sounds cool, but also it's one of those things where it's not really interesting me because I don't really understand the value of it. But it's one of those things where NFT collectors are going to be all over. So there's probably going to be a lot of like growth in that area for UC. And then also, of course, they've just launched another fantasy game in partnership with League One. There's a lot of good things happening on UC. So it's taken a little bit of a while for UC, but because it's always remained in the shadows of Sorare. But I think over the last 12 months, they've probably made a lot of big strides. So this could be a pivotal year for, it is a pivotal year for Sorare, but it could also be a very pivotal year for Ultimate Champions. If they play their cards right, they could end up, maybe not catching Sorare, but they could definitely close the gap on Sorare. You've recently joined UC. We'll try the free-to-play for a while, but it seems fun. It is very good, yeah. Ultimate Champions, it is good. A lot of potential there as well. Yeah. The thing, yeah, I'm with you, FBL. Like, I've seen a lot of hype on the persona, but let me just bring it up, actually, because this is the sort of thing where maybe I'm just showing my age here a little bit. But it's the sort of thing where, let's bring it up, Unagi. It's the sort of thing where it doesn't really tell you what it is. It doesn't really tell you like what you're getting out of it. So it's one of those projects, right? Those NFT projects that could be very, very cool, but I don't see the point of it. And they haven't really helped me to understand the point of it. This is it here. And it's a state-of-the-art avatar collection at the heart of the Unagi gaming ecosystem, right? So what I get from this, and they've actually changed the site as well, because the site was a lot more basic than this before. They've now kind of tried to connect it into a website. This is it here, actually. Yeah. When I went on this website, just to kind of see what this was all about, right? This was the sell to me. And this sort of thing doesn't sell for me, because if I don't understand what it is here really and why it's worth my time, I won't get involved in it. Even though it kind of looks cool, but it's one of those, like, it's a bit wishy-washy, you know? It's a bit like there's something there, but there isn't really something there, and I kind of get it, but I don't really get it. I don't really get what I'm getting involved in and how it benefits me, right? So it's almost one of those projects that probably benefits more so from people that are willing to take a leap of faith on it. So the real hardcore kind of like NFT advocates that think this is the start of a massive project that could be the next big thing, even though it doesn't really give you enough to put your teeth into to know that it's the next big thing, you know? And this is the website. And you can see here it says, look, together we shape the journey. And then, look, it kind of says here, what is Persona? And it says it's a state-of-the-art avatar collection at the heart of the gaming economy or the gaming ecosystem, inspired by retro anime. Like, what does that mean? You know, like, what does that actually mean? That's very wishy-washy for me. So I think it probably is going to be quite cool, this, but it's not for me because I don't like to, especially when there's like a bit of an investment in it. I don't like to invest in stuff that I don't understand. And I don't understand this here. It says, look, it's, look, we don't just plan benefits for a game coming out in years. They're already here. Persona holders will also receive direct benefits through the UNA token. But like what? You know, it's one of those things where it's an NFT collection, isn't it? With the potential or the hope that those NFTs will hold value, similar to what we saw on the last crypto bull run. And I'm just not that type of person that likes to invest in stuff that I can't see any use of it. So not really for me. Pretty cool design though, right? But it's just a little bit too, it's a little bit too light on details for me. And I got no interest really in holding an avatar collection. I prefer NFTs that look good, but also feel like you can do stuff with them. And I don't really get this at the moment. I kind of do, but I don't get it enough to think I'm in on it. Yeah, I guess the hope you want is that Unagi become big and it's a season ticket. It gives you pack discounts for UC and future games. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's got that kind of feel to it, hasn't it? Where, because it's part of an ecosystem, if you get in on it early, then you're going to get the benefits from their other games in the ecosystem just by holding like a token or one of these collections, right? So you're basically taking a bet and you're having a gamble that this is going to pay off long term and that Unagi is going to explode and that they're going to be the big player in Web3. And, you know, to be fair, if you're in a position where you are prepared to do it and you can afford to do it, then it could be the sort of thing that really pays off for you. But I'm not. And I also just, it doesn't hook me. But I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, I'm the same. I was looking at a game, a completely different game last night, and I was actually playing it. And it's a card game, like a digital card collecting, card trading game. And I was playing it. It's got a lot of promise. It looks really good. It's got a good team behind it. And the cards that you play with are NFTs, right, in their own right. So they can have some value to them. You can also play the game without the NFTs as well. But what was interesting for me is that if you own the NFTs in the digital card game, if you almost own a lot of them, so you know, like with Sorare, where they have this collection score, the collection game, the more cards you own of these NFT collectibles, right, then the bigger the bonus you get. And with this game that I was checking out last night, if you own more of the cards, right, the playing cards in a NFT form, then it allows you to, when you win games in, like when you win matches in that game, it allows you to win a bigger proportion of the token that they have. And the token's actually got quite a good value to it on the exchanges. And it's got a good team behind it. It looks quite together. And so that's the type of project, that's the type of NFT that I would probably get involved in, where I own something that I can also use in a game and that it can also then return me some money. And there's also other benefits as well that this game are offering, because they're also building a bit of an ecosystem. So, yeah. I believe I have played that in mobile or something like that. Not in mobile, no. The game that I might as well mention it. I checked it out. It's actually Parallel. It's Parallel. It's this game here. So it's like a sci-fi free-to-play trading card game that has, if we go down to here, where is it? Where is it? Not that, sorry. Yeah, about the game. It's got a good team behind it. And it's got, here we go, look. It's got artists and developers who have come from Riot Games, Blizzard, Xbox Game Studios, Wizards of the Coast. So Wizards of the Coast are the gaming company that developed Magic the Gathering. There's been, some people don't like them, some people do, but whether you like them or not, they developed a fantastic, very successful game, Epic Games as well. The cards are really cool as well. I think they've got a good kind of art vision to it. I was just checking it out last night, and I was checking out how it works, and I was kind of checking out what happens with the token and the cards and that. And so this is the type of thing that I could get on board with and start investing in, because the token for it as well is pretty decent. Stream it tonight. Yeah. I played about, okay, so this is what happened is that I'm often looking for other games for myself just to play in Web3, but I'm also looking for other games that we could maybe just, every now and then cover on the stream as well, if they look fun, if they um look like they offer good potential as well, and especially earning potential, right? And I was kind of checking out and doing some research last night, and I came across this game that not this one, sorry. I came across that parallel game that apparently won quite a lot of awards towards the end of last year. And about 2 weeks ago, it launched into an open beta. Before it was a closed beta, but I'd never really heard about it until last night, which is unusual because I like those types of games, right? And I'm quite into sci-fi as well. I think it's quite a cool. It's always been a cool area for me. And so I started to research the game last night a bit more, and it was, I'm not kidding, it was like at 2 a.m, because I was thinking about the game. I was like, okay, let's check it out. So I loaded up my computer, I downloaded it, I started to play it for like 10 minutes, and it's got a lot of good potential. But I don't think I've actually got the system ready to run it, because it needs quite, not high graphics, but it needs kind of like a pretty decent graphics card, which I don't really have actually. So my computer could run it, but because it's got a good processor, but I just don't have like a good dedicated graphics card really. But it was kind of fun. It was enjoyable, but I only played about 10 minutes of it, just doing some of the tutorial battles. And I said to myself that tonight I'll go back and I'll try and get through the tutorial phase, because there's like these kind of tutorial rounds you need to get through. And then once you get through them, apparently then you pick a starter pack, and the starter pack you get is NFTs. So the cards you get, I think you get 40, and I think those are NFTs, which have real world value. So I'm interested to check it out. What we're saying here. Scards, you're kind of crypto savvy. What do you make of this ETH crash these last few days? Yeah, it is early. It's definitely early stage. Yeah, on that parallel game. If I check it out and if it's really good, then we'll start to stream it, so I can show you guys, right, how it works, and maybe some of you guys could be interested in it too. I'm not affiliated with it in any way at all, but I just came across it and I was like, it looks kind of cool. So yeah, once I dive more into it, maybe we can do it on a Sunday or something. We just chill out and play a game. Yeah, Gods Unchained I knew about, and I kind of looked into it, but it wasn't for me. I didn't like the art direction with Gods Unchained. I also didn't like I didn't play it properly, but I'd done a bit of research into it. I didn't like how the cards seemed to be very unbalanced at times, right? There were some cards where they were just almost broken, and the token at the time, when I was looking at it, the token seemed to be, how do I put it? I wasn't convinced that the token like made sense, as in like it felt like it was a crypto game that had a token, but there wasn't really a good it wasn't really well thought out. And so I just looked at it and I was like, I'm not really convinced. So I kind of gave it a miss, right? But I've always been on the lookout for another crypto game, especially a digital card playing game, because I love them. And yeah, Parallel seems to look interesting, although the jury's out on it because it's still early days, right? I've only played 10 minutes of it, but I'll definitely be checking it out. tell you what, I'm actually quite grateful that we've got our MLS special weekly team sorted, because I wouldn't be surprised if now the prices of those cards are starting to go higher. Well, they're going lower here. £5.69 for that card. To be fair, we probably should have got him for £5.69 if we had negotiated a 4% card as well. How much is Johnny Russell? It's probably quite a good thing that Johnny Russell was injured, because if we do want to get him, which I think we will, we should be able to get him as a classic card for quite cheap now that he's injured. Are we going to have any more throw your hats into the rings at all today? We've still got time. I'm not going to close them, but I'm just asking whether anyone is interested in having a go on this here, where you can win a limited card. Maybe you've only just tuned in and you don't even know what this whole thing is about. But essentially, you can redeem a free Tip Scout Fund coupon on the channel, and you just make a prediction for me in this game that we also cover called Pooky, and then you can win a limited card if you get it 100% correct. The show me the money will be. You have been interested in that for a while, haven't you? That'll be this Friday. Yeah, if you predict 2-2 and it is 2-2, you win a limited card. Yeah, exactly that. You basically tell me, you tell me what game you want to predict for me. So obviously this is my Pookie, but you guys make the prediction, then I enter it in, and then if it's whatever score that you said, then you win a limited card. Yeah, but you need to redeem the coupon. So it's first come, first serve. So once they are all redeemed and there's all the predictions have been made, then that's it. So it's the put your hat in the ring, the 8,500 coupon. It's the new one that we've added to the streams this week. But yeah, there are still spots available. We've got another 6 games that you guys can do. So there's another 6 spots available. But once they are done, then it's done. You then miss it this week, but then you can go again and try and join next week. Okay, let's take another quick 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we can just do a couple more extra things as well. So we're back in a minute. All right, guys, we're back again. We are heading into the last kind of 40, 30 minutes, I think, of the stream. So we've done everything we can on Sorare for the next game week, which is the weekend game week. We have put together our new community team, which is good to go. We will just make a change on the captaincy and whether we play Fontas or not, because he's questionable. So those will probably be the only two changes that we make. But other than that, we're already ready for the weekend with that team. I've also got a team for the MLS specialist, but it's kind of like a team that's, it's a bit punty. We don't want to play Agada, of course. We don't actually have another forward. So I would need to maybe go and get another forward and then probably change the goalkeeper as well. And then just to kind of improve our chances of getting anything from this team. I don't know whether I'm going to do that now. I think I want to hold off to see what's happening with Fontas, because if Fontas is not injured, then he will play, which then means that we can play Leibold in here. But if Fontas is injured, we have to take him out of our special weekly. We have to put Leibold in there. And then it means then that I don't just need a forward for this team. I would then need a forward and a defender. And so then that's a bit more of a decision to make as to whether I actually then put this team in, or if I just throw in the towel and just say, okay, I'm not going to do it. And then we've got one team alone in rare, which is Cap 220 rare. And this team actually almost picks itself because with the options we've got, there isn't really much of a different lineup that we can do other than this one. So this team here will really just come down, I think, to the captain. And it's not the strongest team, but it's a team that we can put out for the weekend in an international break. So we'll do it and we'll see how it does. So we're kind of already set for our lineups for the weekend. Usually in a normal game week weekend, it will take us a couple of hours to figure out who goes where and switch people around. But, it's a lot quicker today because it's a much quieter game week. And on Pooky as well, Pooky, we've done all our predictions for this week in the Euro 24 qualifiers. Those are them there. So this kicks off on Thursday. And then I would have already done my USA League predictions, but as you guys will know now, the USA League is going to act as the league where you guys can make the predictions for me. And then if you get them correct, I'm going to give you a limited card. If you want to get involved in that, all you need to do is redeem a coupon in the channel called Throw Your Hat in the Ring. It's cost 8,500 coupons. So if you've saved up enough to be able to afford it, you can redeem it. You can then make a prediction for me. We'll see how it gets on this week. And if you get it 100% correct, you will win a limited card that you can choose from my gallery. So we're good at the moment. So I guess we can just kind of chat to you guys and see what other things we can help with. The free Tip Scout Fund coupons are available. So if you want to use them, you can. Hello also to Fury. Going to give Parallel a download and look into. Seems pretty cool. Yeah, I enjoyed it last night for the 10 minutes, and I think it's got a lot of potential. So, yeah, hopefully you enjoy it. And I'll be playing it again a little bit more tonight too to see the full potential of it. UC Basketball new game week starts in 10 minutes. If any free-to-play players want to submit a lineup, that's a good shout from Scuds there. And did you scout a cheap costing forward? I didn't know. The reason I didn't, Connor, is I could have done it, but I don't know whether I want to do it, whether it's a good use of my time, because I don't at the moment know whether we are actually going to enter a team into the MLS specialist. It really comes down to whether Fontas is injured or not. If he's injured, then we have no need for a forward because this team won't be good enough. We'll need a forward and a defender. So I didn't do it. I might do it later on in the week, but we don't need to do it now.
What's going on with Sorare? Have they posted anything today that we need to know about? Okay, the new faces they released 6 hours ago for Bundesliga players, so that's probably something to be aware of if you didn't know. Other than that, it's all good. One hour and 35 minutes, by the way, until the new Pooky drop. 1 hour and 35 minutes. So if you are thinking about buying a new sticker pack, maybe you don't even have any stickers so far, but you have been looking for a chance to get one, then in 1 hour and 34 minutes time, you will have that chance to do so. And also, you will have a chance to pick up some Pooky balls as well. So again, remember guys, if you want to get involved in this game and you're not playing it, there is the link. You just use that link. Don't sign up without using it, because that link will give you freebies that will help you massively. And it also then helps to support the channel. But this is a really cool game. We play it a lot and we make some decent returns on here as well. And you can also make some decent money on this game. But you need to have a Pokeball, and you can pick one up from 25 Matic, which is $24. What is it? If you don't mind giving a quick explanation, I'll give you the quick explanation, the quick overview, and then I've actually recorded a video, like a very in-depth, probably the most in-depth, comprehensive kind of guide to Pooky that you can find on my Twitch channel and also on my YouTube channel as well, Nathan. So yeah, I'll drop you the YouTube as well. So if you need more information, please do check out the video, the Pooky Beginner's Guide, on my YouTube channel. But essentially what this game is it is a sports prediction game where, you know, like in Sorare, where you are essentially in Sorare trying to predict who you think, like what players you think are going to do well. And then you buy those players, right? Or you win those players in free to play. And then once you've got those players, you put them in lineups you think can do well. And then if they do well, you win some rewards, right? Pookies like that, apart from you're not predicting what you think a player's going to do, you are predicting what you think the teams are going to do. And so you're predicting what you think the score is going to be, who's going to win, is it going to be a draw, how many goals are going to be scored. And to make those predictions, you need to own a Pokeball. So it's like if you were going to enter All-Star Limited, you need to put some money in, do some research, and then work out what team you're going to build, right? And then once you build that team, you then enter it, and then you can enter it every week. In Pooky, you decide what level of Pokeball you want to pick up, because the different levels offer different bonuses. And then once you get one, you can then enter it into competitions every week and make predictions with the Pokeball. And then if you are accurate enough with your predictions to get into the top 50% of a leaderboard each week, you will win money. Now, you don't win Pokeballs, you don't win cards or anything like that. You win hard cash, you win money that you can then cash out, of course, to your bank, or you can use it then to buy better Pokeballs. You can also use it to buy something called stickers, and the stickers allow you to apply them to your Pokeballs to give you extra bonuses and extra boosts, which will help you to climb the rankings better and to get more accurate predictions. So that is basically it in a nutshell. And as I say, you can play this game free to play. So you can start right away with the link that I've got in the chat, and that will give you a couple of freebies to help you get the game going. But then when you feel like you're ready to start making money on this game, just pick up a Pokeball. It can be any one of these here. Depends on your budget, of course. And then you can start winning money. It's really fun. It's really good. You don't also need a lot of time for it. So you can spend hours on this game if you want to, but you can also play this game each week in like 2 minutes. And if you spend 2 minutes in the game, but you win like £30, it's a really good investment of your time. And of course, it's a really good return too. The great thing with this game as well is that there's more things which are coming. So it's still really early on, but there's a lot of exciting developments in the pipeline. So good time to get involved in this game. I got my Pokeball on max level, but you can only ascend when you have 2 balls, right? Yeah, exactly. So if you've got 1 ball which is maxed out, you're going to need another ball which is maxed out, and then you can ascend. I'm nearly, look at this here. I've got this ball which is a level 59. The max level for a rare is level 60, and we are 90% on our way to the next level. So after this weekend, we will be able to fully max this ball out. But then what we'll need to do is get this one or this one, but most likely this one, because it's closer to level 60. We're then going to need to get this ball up to level 60. And then this is going to be a really cool day, because then we can combine those 2 balls together, right? These 2 balls cost around individually, look, a rare ball, because these are 2 rare balls I've got, they cost about $95 each, right? And then the epic is about just shy of $400. What we're going to do is, once these 2 balls are maxed out, we're going to ascend them, which is basically combining them into one. But by doing that, you lose one, so you kind of burn one off, and then it creates a higher scarcity ball. So we can combine 2 $95 balls to then create a ball that's worth closer to $400. And that is absolutely what we're going to do. And we're going to do it hopefully soon. Has the game week already started in Pooky? It has, yeah. The game weeks are a little bit different in Pooky. So you get games which can start in a previous game week, but then go into the next one. And this is what's happened here with the Argentinian League, which technically started in the last game week. But because the last games end in this game week, then it falls into this game week. Whereas some of these games here, look, the Euro games have not started at all. These start on Thursday. So if you started Pooky today, you could get involved and put your predictions in for the Euro 24 qualifiers, and then you could actually win money from them this week. The same with the USA League as well. This hasn't started until this weekend, so there's still more than enough time to put your predictions in. Then the games will play, and then you can win some money, hopefully. If you ascend these balls, will you lose the stickers? If you ascend the balls, then the stickers get returned to you. You don't lose them. They just get removed and returned to you. And then you can decide whether you want to reapply them to that Pokeball or whether you want to apply them to a different one. So you don't lose them. Good question, though. In general, is it worth to ascend? Yeah, definitely. 1000% it's worth it to ascend. That's what everyone should be trying to aim for. Ascending your balls to the higher levels, really. It is, yeah, it's the main thing. As Mark Gort says, it's the main thing. It's basically what everyone should be aiming to do. And it's certainly what I'm aiming to do. Look, you can see the Pokeballs I've got here. We've got these ones. So this is rare, this is rare, this is rare. And then this one is a common. So you can see here we have 4 rares. And so the main the main kind of focus for me at the moment is to get these 2 to max level, then create a higher level epic worth $400, and then ultimately then try and get these 2 up to max level again to then create an epic. It would be like, you know, in Sorare, it would be like if you was playing Sorare, and you could say combine 10 rare cards to create a super rare. It would kind of be like that. Maybe you'd need more than 10 rares, but you get the point, right? Is that if you could create a much higher scarcity, higher valuable in-game item, then probably you should, because then it just allows you to earn bigger, better rewards. And also, if you decide to sell, you could sell for much more as well. And look, Mark's actually, Mark said the same example there. I've only just seen it. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, you combine the lower level stuff to create the higher level stuff. Yeah. It's a bit like a trade up. Yeah, it's like a trade up. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't ask for a creator code. That's okay, Nath B. If you've signed up using my link, then that's all that matters. There's no creator codes or anything. Thank you as well for using my link to sign up. With that link, by the way, Nath B, with that link, you will get an additional free rookie ball, which is one of these ones here. Okay, you already get one to start with, and then you kind of get an additional one. But you also get the most important thing is that you get we get 5% discount. So when you are ready to buy a Pooky Ball or buy a sticker pack, you're going to get 5% discount off whatever Pooky Ball or sticker pack you buy. And this here, this is you see this purple token up here? This isn't like a crypto token. This is the in-game currency. And it's actually kind of difficult to earn later on in the game. But when you start the game, now that you've signed up with that link, you will get a minimum of 100 if you buy a common Pooky Ball. If you buy a higher level Pooky Ball, you get more and more of that POC token. And then that just means that you can progress a little bit quicker and go through the game a little bit quicker to start with. Is there a way to reach 200 energy? There is, yeah. You need to buy Pooky Balls and upgrade your Pooky Balls. Mangit, I would recommend that you check out my beginner's guide. You can find the beginner's guide on my YouTube channel. You can also find it on my Twitch channel. So if I want a rare ball, I need 2 common balls to max level. Yes, or you can, as Connor says, you can just buy a rare ball. Yeah. You just buy a rare. Or if you can't afford a rare, then you could just buy 2 commons and then you just spend more time grinding the commons, right? To max them out on the levels, and then you can combine them in an ascension, that's what it's called, and then that then creates the higher level rare ball for you. Yeah, Mark Gork is the hoarder of energy. Mark Gork's got an insane amount of energy here. He's got nearly 700. I thought that I was doing okay. I've got 242, which, you know, compared to Mark is nothing. But if you can get to 200, then it usually means that you can predict two leagues fully each game week, depending on how many games are in those leagues, right? But for example, the German league has 9 games per week, so you could do that one fully. And then the Premier League has 10. And so if you had 200 energy, you could predict fully each week the Premier League and the German league, for example. And then you would still have 10 energy left over if you had 200 energy. If you want to know how much energy you get, I feel like we cover this every week. If you want to know, so to anyone that's new to the game, because I appreciate some of you guys are new, or maybe some of you guys haven't really looked into the game too much, right? one of the things, there's two things that I would recommend. The first one is watch my beginner's guide. It's about 45 minutes, right? Don't have to watch it all in one go, but watch it because it will cover so many aspects of the game that we could talk about now, but I've already covered them in a video, right? So watch the video, the beginner's guide, and it will answer a lot of your questions, okay? Then if you still have questions after that, of course, jump back on the streams and we'll talk about them too. But another way to maybe get some answers to your questions is on the main homepage here on Pooky. Scroll down to the bottom, go to the blog, click on it, then scroll all the way down to the bottom there, and then click on the white paper. Because this white paper, we need to give Pooky a lot of credit for it. Because if you think about it, Sorare is so big, Sorare doesn't have an area that covers in detail and with so much transparency what the game was all about, the core features of the game, how everything works. It gives you equations for things as well if you're into that. It tells you about the technology behind the game, the roadmap, basically all the things that we were all hoping we'd get on Sorare, you kind of have here. And this is really what every game should kind of try and do. Just be transparent and lay everything out so that whoever does want to know the ins and outs of a game from top to bottom can come on here and they can then find out everything. And if you wanted to find out, for example, how much extra energy you get, you can search for it by going through the different sections, or you just type in the search bar energy, and then what you'll find is it brings up all the articles that it's talking about energy. And I think it's actually this one here. Doesn't really matter actually which one you click on. And then look, it's got a little table here which tells you how much extra energy you get every time you buy a new Pokeball. So if you bought a new common Pokeball today, you would get an additional 2 prestige and you would get an extra 6.8 energy to add to your total energy. If you bought a brand new rare ball today, you would get an extra 4 prestige to your prestige value. We haven't really talked about that, but it's kind of important. And then you would get 13.6 extra energy as well. So check it out. Hey man, I'm looking at signing up to the top level on Sorare Data. Do you have a code? I do have a code. Yeah, you can find it there. Thank you, Connor, for triggering the code. And hello to X-Ben Woodward as well. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. No, I mean how much you get because I bought it with your link. I don't get anything. I get what do I get? I get like a proportion of whatever you spend in the game. I think it's like 20% actually. So it's not too bad at all. Any other questions about Pooky actually? Whilst we were talking about Pooky. I mean, as I say, a lot of questions will be covered if you watch my beginners video. Kind of, should I try and just bring up, if I go onto YouTube and I go onto my channel, I wonder, it's probably just gonna, here we go. It's this one here. Let's just share that link. Let's share the link here. Let's copy it. Okay, and then I'm gonna share it. Here you go. So this is the link right there. That's the YouTube video, which is the beginner's guide to Pooky. So give that a watch, guys, if you're curious to know more about Pooky. Because I'm not kidding. Of course, I'm going to be biased in saying this, but you will struggle to find a better explainer video about Pooky than that video that I put together a few weeks ago. Yeah, I might need to do that, mightn't I? Yeah. I might do that, actually. It's not a bad suggestion. Yeah, I might do that, Connor. Because with the YouTube, well, the YouTube does Does it get posted every so often? I don't actually think it does, to be fair. We've got a load of commands that from the Nightbot that kind of periodically post the links in the chat, but I don't actually think the Nightbot is posting the YouTube channel link. I think that's being triggered when we put the command in. I'll check that out. Thanks, Connor. You've put that you've given me something to think about there, so I'll check that out after the stream. Thank you also to Widdy Pari too for the follow. I've only just spotted that. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Also, guys, don't forget as well, I'll just remind everyone, in addition to you winning limited cards, if you predict games for me on Pooky, I'm also giving away each week Pooky stickers, which you can add to your Pooky balls, or you can sell them for cash if you want to. Okay. The stickers that I give away, I get from these packs here. So in 1 hour and 14 minutes time, I am actually going to be buying a starter pack for 10 Matic here, which is about $10. I'm gonna buy it because I have the balance here. And then whatever stickers we get in there will then be stickers that I'll give away each week. And the way that you can do that is by predicting in a league that we choose. What league did we choose? We chose the Euro qualifiers, didn't we? We decided that we were going to do it in the Euros this week, right? Yeah, it was the Euros, wasn't it? So if you want a chance of winning a sticker from me this week, all you need to do, it's really simple. Just do your predictions like usual, but do your predictions this week in the Euro League if you want to have a chance of winning that sticker. And then basically, you need to try and be as accurate as you can with your prediction, because if you're really accurate, if you get the exact scores, then you're going to get more points, and that's going to give you more what's called base points, right? And then at the end of the game week, I will then check my leaderboard here and my rivals leaderboard. So again, you also need to add me as a rival, but I'll show you how to do that in a minute. But at the end of the game week, I will check my rivals leaderboard here, and I will see who has the highest base score. Okay, so this is a score that does not take into account any of your bonuses that you get from your Pokeballs. It's just purely based on if you do 2-1 and it is 2-1, then you're going to get the full amount of points, right? And if you do 2-0 and it's like 1-0, you're probably going to get quite a few points as well. So it's based off how accurate you are, and it's a very level playing field. So you are competing against others who might have legendary Pokeballs, but their scoring does not factor in. Okay, so you can compete against anyone. Doesn't matter about if you have no budget or if you don't have a very strong Pokeball. It's not taken into account on this weekly series. Okay, and then to add me as a rival, you need to go to the top right. You need to click on the little avatar, and then you need to click on my rivals, and then just add me as a rival. Click here, and then just type my name in like that, and then just add me as a rival. If you're not my rival, then you could win Beat the Base, but if I don't see you in my rivals leaderboard, you won't win. So that's kind of important too. If you got one common ball and you want to buy a new ball, what's the best way? Buy it directly from Pooky here. So in an hour's time, you can buy a new ball. It's not like Sorare, where the marketplace is open 24/7. They only open the marketplace once a week. And when they sell out, they sell out. Now, you can technically buy some Pokeballs externally on a marketplace called OpenSea, But the reason why I recommend everybody buys their Pokeballs from Pooky is that you get the best price for the Pokeballs directly from Pooky. And also, when you buy the Pokeballs directly from Pooky live on the site, what that does is that increases the prize pool each week. So after X amount of Pokeballs that Pooky sell, they will raise the amount of prize pool that's available. So right now it's 7,900. I don't know what the next target is or the next threshold is for them, but I'm sure that if they sold quite a few Pokeballs this week, then it would permanently increase the prize pool to something like 8,000. So then every week we're competing for more and more money. So that's why I always recommend you buy directly from them. What's the question, Manjit? I thought I just answered the question. What's the question now? So common ball or rare? If you can get a rare, get a rare. If you can get an epic, get an epic. If you can get a legendary, get a legendary. Thank you, Nathby, as well. Very nice to meet you. I hope it's not the last time we see you as well. So yeah, please do drop in again. And yeah, I hope you found it really useful today. As I say, check out the video as well on my channels, and the full stream will be available today as well. So yeah, thank you so much for your time today, man. We will catch you on the next one. I'm like, if it's smart buying common because I got one common, or should I buy rare? Buy a rare. Buy a rare. The higher up you go, the better it is for you. If you can afford a rare, buy a rare. If you can afford an epic, buy an epic. If you can afford a legendary, which there'll probably only be a few people that can because it's expensive, buy a legendary. Yeah. You want to try and get a higher scarcity. La Liga collector event. Eligible La Liga collections will enter a drawing for a chance to win once in a lifetime experiences and signed jerseys. Cool. So if you've already got a collection in La Liga, then you will qualify, I think. You click on the link there and it's probably going to tell you the rules here. Okay. Collections from all seasons and scarcities are eligible for the draw. That's pretty good. All seasons and scarcities is really good. And then in limited, you must have points of over 400, rare over 300, super rare 200 and above, and unique 880 and above. And then 3 winners will be drawn for each La Liga team, while only 1 will be drawn for Real Madrid Barcelona, so the El Clasico. And they'll lock the collection scores and proceed to the draw on April the 2nd. Cool. So yeah, check this page out. If you've already got a La Liga collection, then you're probably in a very good position here to take part in this one. Thank you, X-Ben Woodward. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for using the code. Massively appreciate it, man. So thank you a lot. It really helps to support the channel. Yeah, pretty cool, actually. You know what's going to happen, though? We're almost expecting this here. It's a way for them to, for the prices of La Liga cards to spike, right? So the La Liga cards are probably getting low in value. Everyone's turning their attention to the MLS. How can you increase the values of the La Liga cards with the season close to finishing? You run a little event like this, and this is cool. This is cool because even if you don't own a single La Liga card, you could technically go and buy a La Liga collection today, and you will still be able to qualify. Right? Because it's based off the amount of points that you have rather than you entering that team in that then has like a big collection bonus on top of the the season bonus and all that. It's not to do with that. You can just basically go and buy a full La Liga collection, or you can buy enough La Liga cards that will just give you minimum of 400 points in limited, and then you're going to be in the draw. So it's pretty cool. It's good for Sorare. It's also good for users as well. Okay, shall we finish up with a raid? Let's do it. I think it would be a good way to end the stream here. Let's go and... yeah, I'm trying to almost look for another Sorare user that does English. It's not a huge amount. We've got Luca Ragnar, who's a friend of the channel. He's on. And then we've got Jordi Blasco, who is German, but he can also speak English, though. So let's go and help Jordi Blasco out because he's only got about 15 in there. So we're going to dive in and see what he's covering. It looks like he's actually covering, he's talking about the collection event, which is what we just done. Do you know when we will find out in which divisions we will start in? They did say that in the blog, no? They said, well, to be fair, they didn't. They said we were going to be finding out closer towards the transition starting. So what? The transition starts on the, was it March the 29th, right? So we can probably expect to hear what division we're in on March the 29th. No, that week, probably that week. So the week of the 25th, I think you can probably expect to hear something. Yeah. As I did say, closer towards the game, the transition starting. Transition starts on the 29th, no? It's the 29th of March. It doesn't start in exactly 1 week. It starts on the 29th, man. Yeah, so next week is probably when you would expect to hear something from Sorare around the divisions and whatnot. But the transition starts on the 29th, man. Yeah. All right, let's go and raid Jordi Blasco. Do join, because if you join, you can earn more free Tip Scout Fund coupons, which you can redeem for cool things like me buying you a card or helping you build a cool team that can help you win some cool rewards. So, guys, I want to say a big thank you to everyone today. It was a very good stream. I enjoyed it. Hopefully you did as well. We covered so much, and now you guys can also see what we've got for the new community team as well. So fingers crossed for that for this week. But yeah, we're going to jump into Jordi Blasco here. We're going to end the stream here. You'll catch me over in Jordi Blasco's stream for a little bit. And then I'll be back again tomorrow, 12 p.m. UK time. So until then, I'll see you then. And thank you again for all your amazing support and love. It's incredible. Thank you so much. And let's go and raid. Let's go and raid.